We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. How are you doing? My name's the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So, what are we going to be doing today? Today is Web App Wednesday. It is, week 17 of 2026, and it is April 22nd. So let's talk about the different topics we're going to be doing today. Topic 1 is going to be replaced because I just discovered a CTF platform in French that is over here. It's called HackerFrogs.fr, and we're going to be checking out some of the challenges over there. Okay, let's see. Bloated Cow says, wow. I hope you have a good time, Bloated Cow. I hope you have a good one. What are we doing over here? So we're going to be doing some challenges from this French CTF platform first. It's called HackerFrogs, and we're going to be checking it out to see if the challenges here are any good or not. And that's going to be what we're going to be doing in the first hour. In the second hour, we're going to be doing some challenges, some demonstrations of some challenges for some web app challenges over at OLIcyber.it. It's an Italian cybersecurity education platform, and we're going to be demoing some web app challenges over there. That's going to be the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour, we're going to be doing our after school topic. So HackerFrogs After School is a cybersecurity education program that I wrote, and what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be learning about SQL injection. So this is going to be some database injection stuff. It's going to be the third hour. In the fourth hour, this is where we're going to be doing our AI stuff, and we're going to be learning about applications of AI in InfoSec with the Hack the Box Academy platform over here. If you're interested in taking a look at this yourself beforehand, you can do that over here. And that's going to be the fourth hour of today's stream. In the fifth and sixth hours, we're going to be doing a free form challenge over at HackMyVM.eu. There's CTF box challenge called Latestwasalie, and we're going to be doing that as our last topic of the day. So without further ado, we should get into our first topic. Let's put 60 minutes on the clock, and then we will get started. So if you have any questions, if you have any comments, please let us know in the chat. We'll try to address your questions and comments as soon as we can. But let's get into the first topic. So the first topic, let's take a look at this website over here. It's called HackerFrogs.fr. The good thing is that they've got an English version as well, so that we can, although there is a lot of French stuff in the challenges as well, you'll find out in just a second. So what we're doing here is we're going to be taking a look at a bunch of different cybersecurity challenges, and let's see. So let's take a look at all the challenges. So these are challenges from CTF events. So basically cybersecurity competitions, and the challenges that we're looking at are from something called the French Cybersecurity Challenge, and they've got the archives from the challenge from 2019 up until 2025. So that's 6 years of content. And I hear that there are 542 different challenges. So we're going to be trying out some of the easier level ones just to get a taste for what this platform is supposed to be all about. Aman, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so while we're doing this, we might as well play some music while we do these challenges over here. So let me go ahead and put the music on. How about some chill music from Edge of Chaos Independence Ward 2. It's a fun little sci-fi game that I used to play back in the day. It's got some really good music. Okay, so you should be able to hear that. Hopefully it's not too loud. Let's make it a little bit softer. Okay, and let's go ahead and start these challenges. So if you want to take a look at the same stuff that we're looking at over here, SysOS says, what game? What game? So this is Edge of Chaos Independence War 2. What certs do you hold? Peaky Blinders, hello, nice to see you here. I've got the EJPT, and that's the only cert I have to my name as far as cybersecurity is concerned. But I have taken the OSCP training, and I took the OSCP exam, but I did not pass the OSCP exam. But I do have the training, but it's from like 4 or 5 years ago. It was a long time ago that I took that course. So let's take a look at some of these challenges here. Let's see, we got intro level difficulty for all of the challenges over here. I guess what we need to do is we need to figure out which category of challenge we want to do first. Independence War 2 Edge of Chaos looks good. Yeah, it's a really fun game, and they've got some really good Newtonian physics. So if the spaceships in the game all are going to keep moving in a direction at a certain speed until you thrust in the opposite direction. You got it. Next time is a charm. Good luck. Thank you, Peaky Blinders. Gives me freelancer vibes. Yeah, it's kind of similar. If you haven't tried it and you like space sims, I'd say give it a shot. But let's choose a category of challenge to get into here. A lot of these well, not a lot of these challenges, but some of the challenges the names are in French. So let's see. So there's forensics Windows challenges. We've got pwn challenges. We've got hardware challenges. One of the things that I'm really excited to try, maybe later, maybe not right now, are some of the hardware challenges. So let's try some good old let's try a memory forensics challenge in Linux first. So what is this over here? So this is from Eshe OP? What is this? 0 out of 3. Okay, so what does this word mean? Translate. Nope, we don't have any idea what that word is. Okay, so they're asking, what is the unique identifier? The unique identifier UUID of the partition table of this disk. Once you find it, wrap it in FCSC to get the flag. Example, the flag might look like this. Échec means failed. Error. It means error or failed. You did English to English? Well, it should be whatever I highlight to translate selection to English. Yeah, it doesn't. Oh, English to English, right? So this should be French to English. So French to English, this is fail. Oh, okay. So fail or error. Okay. Buy Independence War special promotion offer ends in May. That's in EU. What is the Échec is French. Yeah, this is a French platform we're looking at right now. So we're looking at this challenge right here. And Aerofic, are you French? Or do you speak French? Let us know. Thank you. So what are we supposed to do? What is the unique identifier UID of the partition table for this disk? Once you find it, wrap it in this wrapper to get the flag. So this challenge has been split into 4 parts. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is it split into 4 parts? It seems a bit weird. Okay, so for this challenge, we've got a 7-zip file over here that is 4.99 gigabytes. 4.99 gigabytes. I don't know how much disk space I have on the disk. 4.99. That's a really big file. Okay, so sounds like a VM or a like. I mean, it's a memory challenge. So I hear that some of the memory dumps can get really, really big. And thank you very much, Ryu01, for following on Twitch. Thank you. Maybe we'll try another challenge because this file size is a bit too big for our Kali Linux machine over here. So we'll back out and let's try another one. We got a really easy... Oh, I think I took a look at this one. This is a really easy crypto challenge. So in this challenge, you have to decipher an encrypted message using the method invented by Blaise de Vigenère. The key is FCSC and has been encrypted. So, no problem, man. Oh, well, no worries. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're talking about the Vigenaire cipher here. So, I mean, I guess we can talk about it. Let's see. I'll call this our chatting text editor tab. Chatting text editor. We'll make this a gray color. How we make this green? Okay, so in this challenge we're talking about cryptography. The Vigenaire cipher. So the Vigenaire cipher is a symmetrical, classical cryptographic cipher. It involves all letters in the plain text of the message be shifted a certain number of letters in the alphabet. So the topic we're doing right now is we're doing some challenges from a French cybersecurity website called HackerFrogs. Sick in the mind, hey, what's up? So the website we're looking at right now, well, the challenge we're looking at is right over here. You can get the website from the challenge, of course. And so it involves all letters in the plain text of the message be shifted a certain number of letters in the alphabet. And it also requires a key with which to find the correct ciphertext / plain text combination for any given position. So it's advanced Caesar cipher type encryption. Yeah, you could call it something like that. So Vigenaire cipher is a more complicated version of the Caesar cipher, which is a very commonly seen cryptographic cipher that you see in beginner level cryptography challenges. So this is the Vigenaire cipher, and if you wanted to look at some information about this, you can find it over here on Wikipedia. So for these type of challenges, typically what you would do is you would use a tool to help you decrypt the ciphertext. So this is the ciphertext over here. And one of my favorite tools for doing cryptography challenges is called decode.fr. So decode.fr is a site where you can do all sorts of it's a cryptography tool where you can decode and encode messages in different systems. So we're looking at Vigenaire cipher. So Vigenaire cipher is over here. And what we can do, it's in CyberChef. Oh, we could also use CyberChef. Yeah, I mean, we like to endorse CyberChef as well because it's a very nice little tool. cyberchef.io. It doesn't seem to want to go. Just a second. Let's put it into a new tab. We're having trouble finding that site. Did you mean to go to cyberchef.io? Oh, okay. Did I put in the address incorrectly? That's weird. Okay, but thank you, SysOS. All right, so what we would do in CyberChef is we would grab the ciphertext from the website over here. So just highlight everything and copy it, and go over to CyberChef, put it in the input, and so we were told that this is Vigenaire cipher, so we can look it up in the operations over here. Vigenaire cipher, Vigenaire decode. So we just drag it in, and we need to provide a key to decrypt the message. So in this case, we're told that the key is FCSC, this one over here. So we're just going to copy that, and then we're going to supply it as the key to the decode operation. So okay, so we get this message over here. Hello, dear agent. Your next mission, if you accept it, of course, will be to infiltrate the underground network while our enemies are hiding. Where our enemies are hiding, see you in Nantes on April 29th for the beginning of your mission. Are we supposed to submit the name of the place? I'm not too sure what the flag is supposed to be in this case. CyberChef, it's a specific tool for ciphers as well, right? I mean, CyberChef is for doing all sorts of data modification operations. So you can do stuff involving encoding or encryption, as well as a bunch of other stuff. It's a really great little tool for manipulating data. The flag is the name of the city mentioned in the... Oh, okay. So let me just confirm that. So the flag is the name of the city mentioned in this message. Okay, so we need to wrap it up in our flag wrapper, which is French Cybersecurity Challenge. So this is the flag wrapper over here. And Nantes. Nantes is the name of the city. So we'll just put in Nantes with the capital N. We'll give it a try. Submit. Flag is incorrect. Did you see my note on the enunciation above? Vigenere? Vigenere. Oh, it's Vigenere. Really, I didn't know. I thought it was called Vigenere or something like that. But second the mind, thank you for Vigenere. Vigenere? Just the city name. Just the city name. Oh, really? We don't need the flag wrapper. Okay, Nantes. Challenge is correct. Nice play. Okay, so after you're done, you can take a look at all the solutions that have been submitted by users. But yeah. You know what? I mean, I don't know if it's okay to create our own write-ups on our... I mean, we like to do our own write-ups when on this channel, because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So let's just do a quick write-up for this as well. It's like a soft G. Vigenere. 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 My French is really bad. Je ne parle pas français. Okay, so let's make a new one for this platform. It's called HackerPol. Create new HackerPol. And these are cryptography challenges. And the name of this challenge is Alaise? I don't speak French. Let's do a translation. So translate selection from French to English. Comfortable. Oh, okay. Because real hackers. Yeah, of course. Okay, comfortable. I mean, I'll copy this and then I'll put it as the name of the challenge. So I don't know if GitHub likes these Unicode characters, so I'm just leave these out. Okay, and we'll record a few things. So we'll do the URL where we can find the challenge, the concept we need to understand the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. GitHub supports UTF-8. Oh, okay, so it's not gonna be it's not gonna get upset when we use letters with accents. Okay, so let's just grab the URL for the challenge. Okay, the concept for this challenge is Vigenere. The Vigenere cipher, and the method to solve. We can use a tool like CyberChef. to solve this challenge. And let's just grab... Let's just grab the link. Okay, so paste the ciphertext into the input field, and then look up the vgeneer decode operation from the left-hand side window. Drag it into the center window. Apply the key, which is FCSC. The flag is the name of the city mentioned in the message alone. No flag wrapper. Okay, so that's our first challenge. Let's choose another challenge to do. Okay, and let's go back. So this one's done. We'll go back to our list of challenges. Okay, so we've got this was a crypto challenge that we just did, and oh, you know what? Because we love web challenges so much, we'll try this this easy web challenge here. So this one's called Babel Web. If you want to try it out yourself, I'm pretty sure you can do these challenges without being logged in. It's just that what is this? First, download Docker Compose. What is going on here? Launch the challenge by executing in the same folder. Docker Compose up. Access the challenge. Oh, okay. We've got some tech requirements. We have some tech requirements for this challenge. You need to audit this site under construction and search for a flag. Is this what they're doing instead of hosting the challenges on their own website? I guess this is one way to handle infrastructure as far as like CTF challenges are concerned. Ira Sakai, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so we're gonna curl this down, and I'm pretty sure I've got Docker Compose on this system, so we'll give it a try. It's cheaper to have people use their own systems. That's true, but it's kind of like what is it called? Like a barrier to entry. It prevents people from getting to your challenges. So we'll call this our HackerPol tab over here. And I might as well make a directory for this as well. HackerPol. Okay, and we'll curl the thing down. Okay, so Docker Compose YAML, and then we can run Docker Compose up. Docker Compose version, easy way to check if you have the Docker Compose, which version you have. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've used Docker Compose on permission denied. Okay, so that wasn't being run as sudo because Docker needs to be run as sudo if you're not part of the Docker group. Okay, we should be finished doing this in just a second. So this is a bit of a bummer because yeah, I can't necessarily give everybody a link to try out to do the challenge instantly. But I guess it is what it is. Are we done? Oh, okay. So I guess the Docker container is running now. Okay, so launch the challenge by executing in the same folder. Access the challenge at localhost 8000. Sure. Now that it's running. You can give the Docker Compose link. It's probably really small. The Docker Compose link, I mean, if you want to give it a try, that's the command you would run. Okay, so let's try accessing the website. Oh. Okay, it's localhost 8000. So HTTP localhost 8000. Ah, okay. So bienvenue à Babel Web. La page est en cours de développement. Merci de revenir plus tard. Okay, so translate from French to English, please translate. This page is under development, so come back later. So what were our instructions? So you need to audit this site under construction and search for a flag. So audit the site. I guess what we could do is we could look for like typical suspects like robots.txt. There's no robots.txt. Are we looking at index.html? It's not index.html. Is it index.php? This is index.php. So this is a PHP website. Onodar, hello, and thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. So I mean, we could start doing some, what is it called? Directory busting. So we could do directory busting on this website using like a tool. Let's rename, we'll call this web fuzzing. Actually, let's just call this our fuzzing tab. And we'll give it a fancy color like blue. And then we'll run dirb. So dirb is probably the easiest tool to use for directory busting. So we got index.php and we've got server status, and that's it. So what we might want to do is we might want to, oh, you know what? I haven't done the most basic thing. So the most basic thing is to take a look at the source code for the web page. So we go over and view page source, and we've got something. Okay. So href source equals 1. Href source equals 1. So source equals 1 indicates to us that this might be some sort of local file inclusion or some sort of IDOR. Some sort of IDOR vulnerability. So let's give this a test. So index.php source equals 1. Huh. So now we've got some PHP code. Alright, so PHP code is set get source, show file, show source file, else if it's set get code, get source, get code. So there are two different URL parameters that are valid on this website. So there's source and there's code. So let's try code. So code equals 1. Code equals 1 is blank. Okay, Dubred says some old Apache installs still handle PHPS extension as viewing source is bad. Dang ADs. Okay, so nothing here. And you know what? I think we can take a look at, we'll try a little bit of easy IDOR. Source equals 0. Source equals 0 doesn't return anything. Source equals 1 returns the same thing. Source equals 2. Okay. Oh, we've got ads right now. Alright. We'll just wait until the ads are finished before we continue. Actually, this is a good opportunity for me to have a little bit of water. I think you can try command injection. So command injection here. Oh, system get code. Yeah. They are running the system. They are using the system function. Okay. Just a second. I'm just gonna take a little water break. But while the water break is going on, we'll show everybody the birds. Oh, how loud is that? Anyways, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. I just need to have a little bit of water. Okay, like twice your volume and 8 times the background music. Oh, okay, that must be pretty loud. Alright, let's take the birds away. I think that was running while there was some sort of lawn maintenance being done. Anyways, so system get code. So we'll do code. Code equals who am I? www data. Okay, so right. Thank you very much for the great insight. The bird sounds like a lawnmower. Yeah, kind of. And hello, George Cosmos, and hello, St. Louis Phil. Hello. And thank you very much for following XPD Thank you. So RCE and Stoic Beauty, the music is intense. And Mixed News, thank you very much for suggesting command injection. So I think what we need to do is we need to, well, let's make this a little bit bigger. And we need to look for the flag. So we can do some good old pwd. So we're in the var www.html directory. We could look at some lsla. We got flag.php and index.php. Flag.php, is this... Oh, speaking of which, there's somebody doing some lawn maintenance right outside my window. Just a second, everybody. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to try to read flag.php here. So we're just going to switch from index.php to flag.php. And flag.php, there's nothing here. But I bet if we do source equals 1, no, we can't do that either. Why don't we just read the darn thing? Why don't we just read the darn thing with the cat command? So cat flag.php. Whoa, nothing comes out. Manageable volume-wise. Cat Traz security. Hello, nice to see you here. So we were not able to do... we can't just cat out the flag, huh? I wonder what's going on here. So they're both owned by root. Errors are suppressed by the @ symbol. Errors are suppressed by the @ symbol. So we want to read this file here. Oh, you know what? I mean, it is universally readable. So what are we doing? What are we doing? We're doing a challenge called Babel over here at this French cybersecurity website called hackerpol.fr. So we discovered some sort of remote code execution on the web app because it's it was intentionally built that way. So we can do lsla. Can we do cat etc password? Yeah, we can. So why can't we just read the flag? Cat flag.php. So this just comes out. Oh, yeah. This is funny. It's funny because it's a PHP file. It gets interpreted as PHP code, even inside of the command execution here. It's a system call, not a shell. It's a system call, not a shell. Yeah. So all we need to do is we need to take a look at the source code. I mean, source code is not usually visible. Source code is not usually visible when the PHP is interpreted, but I guess there's something kind of funky going on with how the PHP engine interacts with the system commands. Cataraz Security says, I want to ask, I also want to start making lives start making lives and working, but I don't know. And should I do face cam or not? I mean, it's up to you if you want to do face cam or not. I don't do face cam. I do like an avatar, like a cartoon avatar. It's up to you if you want to make your face part of your channel. But you need to, you know, ask yourself if you're okay with having a lot of your face out there. But yeah, I mean, if you want to ask more, I've got a Reddit and I've got a Discord. Okay, Sick of the Mind says it's the last phase of rendering for PHP before it hands the data. It's at the last phase of rendering for PHP before it hands data back to PHP. Back to Apache. Sorry, it hands it back to Apache. But, I mean, we've got our flag, so that's good. We might as well copy it. And then finish the challenge. Okay, so Babel. We will submit our flag. Challenge flag is correct, nice play. Okay, we've got all of our write-ups over here, and we might as well do our write-up as well over here. So this is a web app one. So we'll make a new directory for web apps. And we'll call this, what is the name of this challenge? Babel. Okay, we'll record the 3 crucial things: the URL of the challenge, the concept we need to complete the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Yeah, Babel. Anyways, okay, so the first thing we record is the URL. Did we run out of music? Looks like we ran out of music. Okay, let me put on some different music and we'll continue. Okay, here we go. This is from the Dungeon of the Endless game. This was a pretty fun, like, sci-fi tower defense game. It's got some really nice music as well. Well, everything I play, I think, has really nice music. Okay, we've got our URL, and then we can keep on keeping on with our write-up. So the URL's here. The concept we need to understand here is PHP code analysis. We've got some URL parameters / remote code execution. Yeah, okay, so how do we solve the challenge here? So I didn't know I could use bash scripting with PHP coding. That's new for me. But yeah, so basically what we need to understand about this challenge is shouldn't be looking at the source here. Is that the PHP code lets us know that it is running like a system function. So the system function runs whatever is provided as the parameters as a system command. So we know that we can use the code URL parameter to run commands for us. So code equals who am I, and then it runs the system command and it brings it back to the web application here. But George Cosmos, hey, welcome on in. Let's finish our write-up. So method of solve. Look at the landing page of the app. Look at its HTTP source. It contains a comment which references a URL parameter. So the URL parameter is, what was it? Source. Source equals 1. If we plug in that parameter. Then we see the source code, the PHP source code for the page. The app is using the code URL parameter as a system function, as a PHP system function, which executes the parameter as an OS command. Using this, we can see that there is a flag.php file in our current directory. In the app's current directory. In the app's current directory. So we'll make this nice and visible, and then I guess we can provide the endpoint that lets us know about this. So localhost 8000 index.php code equals an LSLA. Okay, and we'll include it in our write-up. Using the same RCE method, we can read the flag.php file. And I guess we'll provide the endpoint for that as well. Whoops, where is it? So code equals cat flag.php. The flag is in the source, so view the source, and we're finished. Okay, that's another write-up done. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. So these tabs, we don't need them anymore. So the Babel challenge, that one's done, and I think so far this has been pretty good. It's not the most user-friendly for web stuff because they want people to deploy their own web stuff, but aside from that, it seems like a pretty good platform. So I get the feeling that the challenges here are a little bit more... They're a little bit more difficult than what you would see normally. They're not... Even the intro challenges require people to know more than what the intro challenges on other platforms would. Okay, so we got Pwn, we got hardware, we got crypto. Let's do an easy Pwn one. So what do we got for Pwn? So BOF, buffer overflow. Okay, we'll try doing this, and I think... Oh, this also requires us to do like Docker compose. Okay, so get a shell on the remote machine to read flag.txt. So this is, okay. So I guess this is the barrier to entry here. You need to be able to have Docker compose in your system. I mean, I guess it's not super unrealistic because if you're doing Pwn challenges, you have to have like a certain amount of literacy in computer topics, computer and tech topics. These are not super beginner friendly to begin with. Okay, can you drop your GitHub, and are you free to chat on Discord? Yeah, I'm free to chat on Discord. So there's my Discord, here's my GitHub. No, I don't have a GitHub link. I should probably make one, but my GitHub's over here. Do they provide a basic intro course before starting these other challenges? No, I don't think... They assume that everybody... These are pure challenges. They don't really assume that people have they assume that people have the education to be able to do the challenges. So it's not as educational as something like OLIcyber. So if you're looking for something a little bit more hand-holdy, training.olicyber.it is probably your better bet. And we're going to be doing some stuff from here later on today. But let's go back. So first download docker compose.yaml. Great. Let's go ahead and do that. So HackerPoll, we can shut this thing down. We can delete the docker compose, and then we can download the new one. No worries, Stoic. I'm here to help. So let's download this thing. So if you want to do the same challenge yourself, here's the command. Okay, so we've got the docker compose.yaml downloaded. We can then do docker compose up. Okay, found orphan containers for this project. If you want removed or renamed, you can do it with this. Remove monoliths. So we'll do docker compose remove orphans. Okay, so removed. This one has been created, and they say that we should be able to access the thing from netcat. So netcat localhost 4000. You must solve these challenges by interacting with the Docker container through the exposed network port. Any other way is not considered valid. Oh, okay, so they're telling you not to solve the challenges by cheating and by taking a look at the Docker history. Okay, I wonder how they enforce. I mean, I guess they've got like different infrastructure during the event. We'll make a remote access tab over here. We'll give it a fancy color. We'll make it green. Actually, we've already got green. Let's make it orange. Okay. Comment est votre blanquette? Well, if anybody knows French, let us know what this means. Otherwise, we can just translate it. Translate. So we're going from French to English. How is your blanket? How is your blanket? What is a blanket? I mean, are we talking about a like a blanket? Okay. So the other thing that is part of these pwn challenges is in most of these pwn challenges they also give you the code that you're supposed to be, the code of the binary you're supposed to be looking at. So we also have boff. I'm guessing that this is the binary file. Okay, I think it would be cool if HackerPoll added a feature that lets you choose challenges based on different difficulties. I mean, on the website, if you take a look at the link for all the challenges, it's already in difficulty order. So these are all supposed to be intro difficulty challenges. They've got 1-star all the way up to 3-star challenges. But yeah, by default, it sorts by difficulty. Yes, blanket. Oh, okay. So let's try downloading this thing. HackerPoll. We'll wget this thing. Boff. What is this thing? So this is an ELF 64-bit LSB Pi executable x86-64. So I suppose we can start messing around with it over here. So we need to make it executable, chmod +x, boff, and then run the thing. Okay, how is your blanket? I mean, the easiest thing to do would be to just do some testing to see if it crashes. So it says almost there. Why does it switch from French to English? That seems a bit weird. So segmentation fault. So segmentation fault means that we crashed the program. And so I guess what we need to do is we need to do some reverse engineering. I guess we're getting a 2-for-1. We're doing reverse engineering and we're doing pwn. So we would do like redari2 and then debug on boff. Maybe it's Quebecois. I don't think it would be Quebecois because the website here is published by, I think it's published by like the French government, or it's an organization that's associated with the French government. So relocks have not been applied. Okay, let's take a look at the main function here. Actually, don't quote me on the fact that it's sponsored by the French government. I don't actually know about that. MoveAbs RAX. What? It hard codes this? It's hard coded to provide 414141. That's kind of weird. Okay, compare keyword with RAX. How many A's is this? Let's just try. Okay. I mean, this doesn't come back. This doesn't crash the program. We want it to crash. Okay, let's take a closer look and see what's happening here. So compare keyword var4h, var8h, which I assume is going to be our user input. It gets compared with RAX. And RAX, they move this string in there. So they've got so this is gets. So C gets is insecure function in C. If this was compiled with C, of course. Call vuln. So what happens to call the vulnerable function? sim.vuln. Almost there. Almost there. I guess the other thing we could do is we could also take a look at the vulnerable function. So simvuln, I mean, this might have some sort of like RCE functionality in it. So let's pdf at vuln, sim.vuln. Ah, okay. So it runs binsh. So binsh. So I guess the thing we need to figure out is what the offset is for the buffer overflow, and then we need to figure out where the address is for the vuln function here. So so all functions list, we have put system printf gets flush exit. Where's the vuln? So the vuln function is down here, and we've got the address. So what we want to do is we have to reverse engineer this first. This is get a shell on the remote machine to read flag.txt. Okay. So I guess the first thing we need to figure out is how many bytes we need to send to the binary to crash the program. So typically what we would do is something like, what is the name of the tool? It's called like rag2. I wasn't really prepared to do binary exploitation stuff today, but here we are. Okay, so rag2. So let's say we wanted like 250 characters. I'm not too sure if we need 250 characters in this case. You need to be kind of precise when you're doing testing on these binaries, so we'll do like 150. And we'll get a pattern like this, and then we'll try running the program to try and crash it over here. Okay, and so it looks like it crashed. Oh, you know what? I forget what the command is inside of Radare. So in Radare, we want to look at the DR. So DR is going to show you the registries. And what we're looking for is we're looking for the IP. We're looking for the IP register. So the RIP in this case. So it doesn't look like our information got into the RIP. So what we need to do is we need to create like a longer pattern to see if we can actually enter into that register. So let's do it over here. We'll try 250 characters instead of 150. Let's see if we can get in there. Okay, so it looks like, so the address here is, it still doesn't look like our input has entered the RIP. It could be that we want too big. We might want to try to refine the size of the payload that we're sending. So 150, we'll try like 70. To see if we can get our pattern into the IP register. Ads. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you for letting me know about that, Rue. Okay, we're just going to take a little break and put on the birds, and we'll be back in just a second. How about some, oh, how about a squirrel? There you go, that's a happy squirrel. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Okay, we'll put the bird, we'll put the squirrel away. We'll get back to the hacking. Ebit, hello. Can you solve the Security 365 CTF? Security 365. I mean, we're currently doing another challenge. What is Security 365? Security 365. Thought that was 2 weeks ago. Didn't have time to watch the full live. 2 weeks ago. So CTF 365, a new capture the flag platform. A new capture the flag platform, and they're mentioning on Rapid 7. So CTF 365, practice CTF every day. You know what's kind of unusual? We put in the name of the CTF, but it doesn't show up as the first result. Yeah, let me know if you've got a link for that. Anyways, let's go back to our challenge. So almost there. So this was how many? So this was 70. And 70 was still too much. So let's try refining this further. So we'll try sending like 56. Okay, so almost there. Let's just manually do this. Okay, so this was not enough. This was not enough. This was too much. So we'll grab something in the middle. Standoff 365. Oh, yeah, Standoff 365. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, we've covered Standoff 365 stuff before. Almost there. So we got almost there, and so it crashed. We'll just reduce this by like 4 characters at a time until we get the sweet spot. So Standoff 365. I'm not too sure when the next time we're going to be covering Standoff 365 stuff is. Okay, so this is still here, okay, and then okay, so this was not enough. So it's going to be something between we've run out of time, but I want to figure out if I can get the exact offset before we finish this challenge. Okay, so the exact offset to crash the program is this right here. So how many characters is this? This is 40 characters. So the offset is 40 in this case. So the next thing you want to do typically in this kind of challenge is you want to figure out, so this is the exact number of characters. So it crashes the program. Actually, this doesn't crash the program. It does give you the almost there. Okay, we run it. And yeah, this doesn't actually reach into... Maybe what the program is trying to do is it's trying to execute whatever is at the end after the offset with as some sort of code. That might be what's going on over here. So move whatever's in RAX, move absolute RAX this value right here. compare dword with rax. Call. So if it's not equal to this, jump equal, and then it goes to, oh, okay. So we were actually able to get into this part of the program. So the almost there part. Puts almost there, call symvuln. All right, we're gonna have to move on to the next part of the stream. So what's the second, what are we doing for the second part of the stream again? OLIcyber web demos. Okay, let me get that set up. So we'll put 60 minutes on the clock. But yeah, this, it seems like a pretty good website. So HackerPol, it's definitely not, I wouldn't say it's super beginner friendly, but if you know what you're doing and you're looking for some challenges, it seems like a pretty good website for getting your cybersecurity exercises in. But let's leave this alone for right now. We'll just put it off to the side. We might come back to this later. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to move on to our OLIcyber challenges. So OLIcyber is, well, it's a little less user-friendly for non-English speaking people because everything's in Italian over here. But of course, you can, if you're using the right web browser, you can translate everything. So we're going to translate the page from Italian to English. And this should help us out. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be demonstrating some of the challenges for the web security introduction. So the introduction challenges over at OLIcyber, they're very good at teaching people about all the different concepts in these different cybersecurity categories. So network security, it teaches you how to use Wireshark. For web security, it teaches you how to use tools like curl. Well, it doesn't teach you how to use curl. It teaches you how to use the request library from Python to do web requests. It also teaches different web concepts, which is really good. Cryptography, they talk about different encoding methods, and it'd be pretty fun to dive deeper into this later. They also have software security, which is a combination of binary exploitation and reverse engineering, which is really nice. And yeah, so if you're looking for something a little bit more beginner friendly, then OLIcyber.it is probably your best bet. But anyways, let me set up the challenge, the demo environment. So we got our OLIcyber web stuff, introduction category. We're going to be starting from Web 11 over here. So we're talking about CSRF tokens. Okay, and my OLIcyber's over here. Let's take a look at those web app challenges. Web security, we're doing level 11. Oh, I'm using the wrong tab. Should be looking at this one where it's been translated. Okay, let me do my introduction, and then we can start. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Web 11 HTTP CSRF tokens challenge from the OLIcyber.it website as part of their Intro to Web Security Challenges. So for this challenge, we're going to be reading what CSRF tokens are, first of all, to understand a little bit better what this challenge is all about. So the CSRF token is a system used to prevent the execution of cross-site request forgery type attacks. The attack would consist of deceiving a user of a web service to click on a link, on sending a form included in an email or a controlled site from the attacker, who has as their target a dangerous resource of a target service. For example, a resource whose request represents a command to delete the account. The mechanism of the cookie of the session, obtainable only with unknown username and password to the attacker, prevents the latter from performing personally dangerous operations by posing as the user. If the user is induced by deception to click on a malicious link on a machine which has previously accessed the target service, the cookie containing the session token will automatically be attached to the request made, validating it without the attacker having to steal or reproduce a counterfeit one. Okay, so the CSRF token prevents this type of attack because it is not sent automatically from the browser, as is the case with normal cookies. It is still stored in the client machine in storage only accessible to the resources associated with the relevant service, and therefore out of the attacker's control, but it must be explicitly attached to the HTTP requests in a form, for example, of the GET parameter or inside the body of a POST request, where these are run. This makes it impossible to get a user to generate a dangerous request with a simple click, because to generate a link that is dangerous, the attacker would need to know the value of the token. So to complicate things further, CSRF tokens are typically used and discarded, with each operation successfully and completed. So for each time CTF tokens are used, they're discarded, and each operation that is successfully completed, the client receives a new randomly generated CSRF token. The new token is usually added to the body of the returned resource. In this challenge, the flag is divided into 4 pieces accessible through the resource HTTP, so this flag piece endpoint, and is tied to the parameter index. To access it, you need to have previously sent a post login request to the resource /login with the body JSON containing username admin and password admin, and received in return the session cookie. In addition to the session token in the cookie, the resource login will also return a CSRF token in the response body, which is also JSON. With each correctly request executed, the client will receive a new token for use with the next one. So let's explain what exactly is going on in this challenge. So this is OLIcyber Web 11, and in this challenge we're dealing with CSRF tokens. So this challenge requires us to submit CSRF tokens to a specific endpoint after login on another web page. What are CSRF tokens? So CSRF, which stands for Cross-Site Request Forgery tokens, are a security mechanism that ensures that sensitive website actions, such as account email change or changing an account password, are done in the context of the correct user. So typical actions that are covered by CSRF tokens include stuff like email change, password change, disabling multi-factor authentication, or security question change. So if you want to do any of these actions on a web app, you would typically need a CSRF token to do so. If CSRF tokens are not used for sensitive actions, there's potential for abuse. For example, tricking a user into clicking on a link which changes their account email, which can lead to account takeover. So if there's no CSRF protection on sensitive website actions, you could do this. So first step would be a hacker sends a link to a victim, and then the second step, the victim clicks on the link, which changes their password. So the link that the hacker sends is going to perform an action which changes their password, and then the third action would be the hacker would log into the victim account using the changed password. Okay, George Cosmos, Thank you very much for coming by, and hope to see you again. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to change my overlays. Let me go ahead and do that. Okay, so this is OLIcyber demos. We're doing this right now. Okay, so depending on the website, CSRF tokens can be generated with the page where you can execute the sensitive actions, or they could be given as a cookie when you log in, or they could be sent to you as a JSON object. But whatever method the CSRF token takes to get to the user, using the CSRF token is very important when you're performing these sensitive actions. So if we try to perform a sensitive action on a website without using the correct CSRF token, the action fails. So if you try to perform an action that would regularly require a CSRF token, but you don't have it, then the action will fail. So you need to know how to integrate these into your website, well, your web browsing flow. Okay, so we're going to be solving this challenge in two different ways. The first way is to use the curl program. And to solve this challenge with the curl program, we need to first make a request to the login endpoint with credentials in the form of a JSON object. And then we need to send a series of GET requests to the /flag piece endpoint, specifying the index number and the CSRF token as URL parameters, updating the CSRF token as we go. So let's go ahead and demonstrate this. So over here, I've got my method of solve. So this is the curl command we're going to be using. Before we use the command, I'm going to explain what exactly the curl command is doing. Okay, so this is the curl command. We're sending a post request, and we're specifying that we're sending application JSON content with our post request. We include our JSON object in the data over here, which is username admin and password admin. So this is these are the credentials that the challenge tells us we're supposed to use. We send it in verbose mode, and we send it over to the login endpoint like this. Okay, so let's run the command. So the other thing that I forgot to do is we're going to specify, we're going to record whatever cookies we receive from this post request into a file called cookies.txt. So we're going to be using these cookies in the subsequent requests. So when we run this, we send our post request and we get this response. So they give us this session cookie, and we're going to be using this session cookie in our subsequent requests. So the cookie is called session equals this value over here, and they also give us a JSON object. So the JSON object is status OK, and CSRF equals this. So in our subsequent GET request to get the flag, we need to include the CSRF token in our request. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here, we're going to run another curl command, and I'll explain what the curl command does in this case as well. Okay, so what we're doing is we're running curl with the -b. So -b means use these cookies, and we're going to be using the file that we specified in the previous request cookies.txt, which has our session cookie. We run it in verbose mode, and we also send it to the flag piece endpoint over here. We include as URL parameters both the CSRF token and the index number. So the index number is the piece of the flag we're accessing. We're accessing index 0. We have to access index 0, 1, 2, and 3 to get the entire flag. So let's go ahead and run the command over over here. Ooh. Hold on. Okay, so we'll run the command. We need to change out a couple of things. So we've got our session cookie in cookies.txt, and we need to change out the CSRF value over here because it's different each time. So I'm just going to copy the current CSRF value, and we're going to paste it in over here. Okay, so after this is done, we're going to execute the command. Okay, and what happens is in the response, we receive the flag piece. So the first flag piece is this. We're just going to copy this and we're going to put it somewhere. Okay, so this is the first flag piece. And they also give us a new CSRF token. So we need to take note of the new CSRF token. We'll run the same command we did before, but we need to change out the index number going from 0 to 1, and the CSRF value we're going to change out as well. Okay, and then we'll run the command again to get the second part of the flag. Okay, this is the second part of the flag here. We'll just copy this and put it with our other piece. And we'll take note of the new CSRF token that we received in this request. Okay. Then we'll run the command again. We'll indicate index 2 instead of 1, and we'll replace the CSRF value over here, and we'll run the command again. Okay. So in the next response, we get the third piece of the flag. So let me copy that, put it with the other pieces we have. And there's another CSRF token. So copy this value and then run the command one last time, indicating index number 3 and updating the CSRF token again. Okay, and then we get the last flag piece. So we also get a CSRF token that we would use if we were sending another request. We're not going to, so we just need to grab the last flag piece and then paste it with our other flag pieces. So the flag is very serious series of requests. So this is the flag that you would submit to the challenge to finish it. Of course, because we have finished this challenge before, there's no place for us to submit the flag, but if you haven't finished it before, there should be a flag submission field somewhere in the challenge description where you can paste in the flag and complete the challenge. So that was solving this challenge using the curl command, but there's the intended method, and the intended method is to use the Python program. And to solve this challenge with the Python program, we need to use the request module to set up a session object so we can persist our session cookie across multiple requests. So this is actually the most convenient way to solve the challenge. Let me demonstrate what the code that we're going to use, what it does. Okay, so Python method, I'm going to copy all the code here, and then we'll go over the code. Actually, you know, we might as well go over the code here, because we've got it right here. So what does the Python script do? The first thing we do is we import the request module. We define a couple of different URL variables. So the login endpoint is this one over here, and the place where we get our flag pieces is this endpoint over here, flag piece. We also indicate our credentials that we're going to be using to log in as a dictionary. So username admin and password admin. So the next thing we do in the script is we create a session object. So with request.session as s. So the session object that we create is called s. We log in with the credentials with the post request. So login response. Login response equals s.post. So it's a post request with our login URL and the JSON data as our credentials. And we're going to print a little message, login request sent, receive the following response, and we print out the response. The next thing we do is we retrieve the CSRF token in the response. So the response body is going to have a JSON object called CSRF. So our CSRF token variable is going to be login.res.json, looking for the key CSRF. Okay. The next thing we do is we're going to keep track of our flag parts inside of a list. So as we receive the flag parts, we're going to populate this list with the flag parts that we receive. And the big part of this script is we're going to run a series of requests. So for I in range 4, so we're going to run 4 times. The response is going to be s.get. We're going to send a get request to the flag URL with the parameters index I, so it's going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, with the CSRF token set to the CSRF token. Okay, we're going to print off a little message, sending request number I to flag endpoint, and receive the following response. And then we print out the response. The last thing we do in the for loop here is we're going to update the flag parts and the CSRF token. So flag parts, the list, we're going to append to it. We're going to add to the list the response JSON flag piece. So each time we make a request to the endpoint, it's going to give us a JSON object, and we're going to populate the flag parts list with the flag piece key, or the value of the flag piece key. And we're going to update our CSRF token each time we run the request. So CSRF token equals res.json with the key value CSRF. So after we do this 4 times, we should have all 4 parts of the flag. So the last thing we do is we print the combined flag. We print this is the flag, and then we join all the flag parts to an empty string to print out the entire flag. So let's demonstrate what this looks like. So we copy this, and then we create the Python script over here. Nano web11.py. Okay, so we've got our Python script over here. We're editing using the Nano text editor, and then we Control X to exit, save modified buffer Y for yes, and then hit enter to confirm the file name. So after that, we're going to run this web11.py Python script with the Python program. So Python web11.py. And we see here, so login request sent, received the following response. Sending request number 0. Request number 0 to flag endpoint. We receive our flag pieces here. Request number 1, number 2, number 3. And then at the very end of the program, this is the flag. Flag, very serious series of requests. Okay, everybody. We solved this challenge using 2 different methods, the curl program and the Python scripting. This was a guided walkthrough for the Web11 HTTP CSRF tokens challenge from the OLIcyber.it platform as part of their Intro to Web Security series of challenges. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. We're not leaving. It's just that I gotta say that for the YouTube video I want to make later. Thank you for understanding. Okay, so I think we're gonna do 1 or 2 more of these demonstrations before we move on to the next thing in today's stream. So the next one is gonna be this challenge over here. So it's Web 12, Web Technologies Extracting Simple Content from a Web Page. The challenge link can be found over here if you want to give it a try yourself. So before we get started, let me go ahead and set up my challenge environment. It's done. And we're doing Web 12. If you have any questions about any of the stuff that we're doing, please let us know and we'll try to answer your questions and comments as soon as possible. So some of these other tabs we need to get rid of because I hate having too many tabs open. Okay, I think we're good. Let's go ahead and get started. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Web 12. Web Technologies Extracting Simple Content from a Web Page Challenge from OLIcyber.it as part of their Introduction to Web Security Challenges. Let's go ahead and read the description of the challenge first. So it says here, the primary use of HTTP remains to carry hypertext documents, commonly known as web pages. Brouhaha! Hello, Shyhat. Hello, Brouhaha. We're just doing some demos for some challenges over here. What is up? The primary use of HTTP remains to carry hypertext documents, commonly known as web pages. These documents are described through the HTML markup language and can have a structure that's quite complex. Fortunately, many libraries are available for extracting the data in them that deletes the difficulty of having to interpret a format of such complexity. So hypertexts are basically text documents, portions of which are delimited by pairs of identifiers called tags, which specify the function within the page. For example, a paragraph will be delimited by a couple of p tags over here, so p and then /p, and the link will be /a or a and then /a and so on. Ryu asks, did you learn this from college or from the internet? I didn't go to school for any of my any tech topics. So yeah, I learned everything from the internet, from online education, you could say. Egg, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And my music has stopped, so I need to put on some new music. Let's go ahead and do that. Why not some dramatic StarCraft music? Okay, so these tags may also contain information about these attributes, which define text characteristics. For example, the destination of the link is indicated in the attribute href, hypertext reference of the tag A. So in this challenge, the flag is contained in the second paragraph of the web page accessible at this URL. Over here, we recommend that you download the page as a normal resource with the function get of the library requests. They're basically talking about how to solve this using the Python script. How long did it take for me to learn all this? Many years. I mean, I'm still considering myself learning about web topics, about tech topics in general. There's a lot of stuff that I don't know, but the stuff that I do know, I try to teach in a beginner-friendly way. Where was I? Okay, so what are we doing in this challenge here? So this is OLIcyber Web 12. We're extracting simple web content. Okay, everything's good. Why hack and do you like ethical or like pen testing? Do I like ethical or pen testing? I mean, I think pen testing is a pretty important part of keeping stuff safe. Ethical hacking is what I do. I don't do any illegal hacking on this channel. And why hack? Why hack? Because, well, I mean, hacking's fun, and it's also important to keep stuff safe on the internet. Cybersecurity. Come on, man, don't discourage me. Oh, okay. Am I supposed to say that it took like a month? It took like 7 days? It's, learning is a continuous process. Learning is a continuous process, and you never stop learning. Especially when you're in tech, because tech evolves at the speed of light, and the stuff that you know today might not be relevant tomorrow. Anyways, so this challenge requires us to read the flag, which is the second paragraph of the web page. So second paragraph of the web page doesn't seem super complicated, but in this lesson, we're trying to pay attention to HTML tags. In the HTML language, the formatting of the web page is determined by tags such as HTML, which indicates the start of the HTML formatting, and P, which contains text paragraph information. Egg says, it took me like 3 minutes and 1 OS lib. Yeah, that sounds realistic. Okay, so in this challenge, it's actually very easy to solve this using the web browser. We simply need to browse to the page indicated, and then we look at the second paragraph of the page. But this is not the intended way to solve the challenge, of course. So let's demonstrate. So we've got our link over here, and we'll just navigate over there. And we're trying to take a look at the second paragraph. So the second paragraph of this particular web page is the flag. So the flag is called the language of the web. If you wanted to submit this to finish the challenge, we just need to go back to the challenge description. And we would submit the flag if we haven't submitted it before. So because we've solved this challenge before, we don't have a place to submit our flag, but if you haven't solved it before, we would have a place to paste in our flag and then complete the challenge. Okay, Bruce says, I know, bro, but you're talking about how you said it. I mean, I guess I said it took several years, yeah? And I'm still learning. I mean, I think what you want to do is you want to scope what you want to learn. So if you want to learn about like web technologies and stuff, you don't want to set your goal as learning everything about internet technologies, because it's not a realistic goal, and you're not able to do that in a reasonable time. But yeah, I mean, definitely set realistic goals for yourself. Stuff takes time. Stuff takes a lot of time. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to demonstrate how to solve this using some other methods. So the next method we're going to be using is curl. So curl is a pretty common program that we use to interact with web resources. And to solve this challenge with curl, we need to retrieve the web page and then use some Linux foo to retrieve the flag. So it's a pretty simple command with curl. Where is it? And I'll talk about what the command is. Okay, so we run curl. We run it very verbose. Well, we run it in verbose mode on a specific resource. So we're just getting this web page over here, web12channels.olicyber.it, and this is going to get us the entirety of the contents of this web page. What we're looking for is we're just looking for the flag, and we can do that by using the curl, the Linux command grep. So let's go ahead and demonstrate that. So if we run this without grep, it gives us the entirety of the web page. So the HTML tags that they were talking about, they're all inside the web page, the body content over here. So the HTML tag, the head tag, title tag, and then we've got our paragraph tags, our paragraph body tag over here, and this is what we're looking for. We're looking for the flag in this case. If we wanted to do this in a more concise way, we would run the curl command, and then we would pipe it into the grep command to look for the flag specifically, or look for like the flag string. So if we do that, we get the exact line with the flag on it. Okay, so that was using the curl command. There's one more method we could use. So to solve this challenge using the Python programming language, we should use the request module along with the beautiful soup module to parse HTTP web content. So the beautiful soup module is commonly used when you want to manipulate web content. You doing this in VM? Yeah, we're using a Kali Linux VM. So this is a virtual machine that we're using. Kali Linux is the OS of choice for people who are studying cybersecurity, cybersecurity students especially, people who don't want to install all of their security tools. You can get it over here. Get Kali. If you want to look into this. I also have a YouTube video that talks about how to install your own Kali Linux VM. Let me go ahead and grab that. What do you use for the channel points and the little clips? That's part of Streamlabs OBS. So it's part of Streamlabs OBS, part of Streamlabs.com over here. So I've got a video on installing a Kali Linux virtual machine. If you want to get your own cybersecurity oriented Linux distribution. Anyways, what were we doing? Okay. So, beautiful soup. Let's go ahead and take a look at the script we would use to solve the challenge over here. Okay. So before we run this script, let's talk about what the script does. So in Python, the first thing we're doing is we're importing two things. The first thing is the request library, which is used to interact with web pages. And the second thing is we're importing the beautiful soup module from the BS4 library. We define a URL that we're going to access, which is over here, and then we define our GET request. So our GET request is going to be request.get of the URL over here. The response we're going to define as the getRequest.text. So the getRequest.text is basically the body of the request response. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to, well, sorry, not the last thing. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a text parser object called soup. So soup equals beautiful soup res, or the response over here, with the HTML.parser part of this particular function. We're going to isolate the second paragraph of the response by defining a variable here. Second paragraph equals soup.findAll p. So findAll p is going to find all of the p tags, the paragraph tags. Okay, Kelv Ruhari, hello. Why is cybersecurity hard for entry level or not a career for beginners? Cybersecurity is not really an entry level career. I mean, I went into cybersecurity thinking that I could treat it like an entry level career, and I was able to get a job in cybersecurity as my first tech job, but it's not your typical path. Why is cybersecurity hard for entry level and not a career for beginners? It's because you need to know, there is a very high threshold of things you need to know, and because it's a very technical field, you need to know a lot of information about computer networking and about web technologies in particular. For example, if you want to get a job in like web app security testing, there's no even jobs that are like relatively entry level are not super entry level, and most people in cybersecurity come into cybersecurity from like another tech-related role, like help desk or system administrations or development. Ball knowledge, yeah, kind of. Okay, so let's finish this off. So we look for the p tags, and then we get the second p tag. So second p tag is indicated by the by index 1. So we start counting from 0 in Python. So 1 is actually the second paragraph, .get text, and then get rid of all the other white space. We print off, this is the second paragraph for the response, and then we print off the second paragraph, which is defined up here. So let's demonstrate what this script looks like when we execute it. So we're just going to copy the code. Then we're going to create a file called web12.py with the nano text editor, paste in our code, and then we're going to save out the code. SysOS says I had to implement a way to solve Alanver. Is that the which one is that? Hold on, let me take a look at oh, this is an algorithm challenge. Okay, so this is like programming stuff, right? You've made contents of multiple cybersecurity graduates? The second one, yeah. Maybe you've made contacts, sort of, okay. If you're using Parrot like me, oh, okay. Some people, I mean, the type of OS you use for cybersecurity stuff is going to be dependent on your personal preferences, of course. Anyways, we'll save out this script. So Control X, press Y to save the modified buffer, enter to confirm the file name, and then we're going to run the web12.py Python script. So when we run this, we get this message. This is the second paragraph of the response, and then the flag is printed out, which is the second paragraph. So the second, the text in the second set of p tags. So we would grab the flag, and then we would go back to the challenge and then submit it. Where is it? Okay, so everybody, that was 3 separate ways to solve this challenge, the Web 12 Web Technologies Extracting Simple Content from a Web Page challenge from OLIcyber.it as part of their Intro to Web Security series of challenges. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Aerofix says, I don't think you got my question. Okay, so Aerofix says, you've contacts of multiple poly cybersecurity graduates? Cybersecurity graduates? I mean, do you have some contacts of cybersecurity graduates from Montreal Polytechnique University? No, I do not. I do not. I do not know very many cybersecurity graduates. I know a lot more people who work in cybersecurity as part of my like local cybersecurity community. So, I mean, my recommendation to everybody is that you find your local cybersecurity community wherever you might be living. So I think we've created like a little GitHub with this kind of information here. So for in-education resources on the IRL cybersecurity meetups, okay? So this over here, I'm the youngest guy here, want to learn cybersecurity. I mean, the thing that you probably want to do first when you decide you want to learn about cybersecurity is you want to meet other people who are doing cybersecurity. So, I mean, we've got like a little list of different cybersecurity meetups around the world. What you want to do is you want to find the cybersecurity meetup that's happening in your big city. So if you don't live near a big city, then it's going to be kind of tough to find other people who are doing cybersecurity. But if you live near a big city or in a big city, you can probably do like like a Google search for big city, I don't know, let's just say Los Angeles cybersecurity meetup, and you might get some good results. So Los Angeles cybersecurity, you do a search kind of like this to find these in-person meetups. Okay, there's no cybersecurity events here. Catraz security. What big city do you live close to? Okay, Egg says, it's a good thing that you're 14 and not 13, because if you say you're 13, you might get in trouble on some platforms. Okay. Egg, I want you to look up the definition of that word. Because the the definition of that word you said there is kind of insulting. Oh, Morocco. I think we did locate like a meetup in Morocco. Morocco. So Casablanca. They've got a Hack the Box meetup in Casablanca. I'm not too sure if this is in person only, but you might want to give this take a look at this. Where are you located? Are you talking about me? I'm located near Vancouver, so my local meetup would be the DC 604 meetup. Anyways, what are we doing? Okay, we just finished this challenge over here, and I'm gonna try doing the Web 7 challenge. I wasn't able to get it done last time because we were having troubles with the technology, with my web browser specifically. Let me just check that this is the thing I'm supposed to be looking at. Just a second. Okay, this is the... Now, is this the one that I was having troubles with, or was it number 6? Okay, let me... So if we send a head method to... One of these challenges I wasn't able to complete later. Well, you know what? I'll look it up next time. Okay, let's go ahead and... Everybody, are we okay in chat? I hope we're not having any communication problems. But, I mean, if you've got like Okay. So, let's just try using the AI to locate like a cybersecurity meetup for our good friend Catraz. So, Catraz, if you could let me know what big city you're located close to, then maybe I can do a quick search. So if you're near Casablanca, you're welcome. Casablanca. Alright, so, I mean, let's just pretend, right? So, I am looking for an IRL meetup of cyber security professionals in Casablanca, Morocco. Is that how you spell Morocco? What meetups are there? Okay, I mean, definitely protect your information and only reveal information that you're comfortable sharing. Don't overshare on stream, thank you. So there are a few real active cybersecurity communities in or around Casablanca that are worth checking out. Hack the Box Meetup Casablanca and OWASP Morocco. So OWASP Morocco might be a pretty good bet. So DEF CON group Casablanca. So there's a active Casablanca community, a LinkedIn post from March 2026. This is good because that's very, very recent. So their first meetup, Genesis brought around 60 participants. They've got a LinkedIn for this event. I mean, you might want to take a look at this as well. Okay, will I be at DEF CON? I probably won't be at DEF CON this year. I'm DEF CON group Casablanca. Okay. No DEF CON for me this year. So OWASP Morocco. So Morocco's application security community with past Casablanca activities and events are over here. Huh. So OWASP Morocco, you might want to take a look at this as well. LinkedIn. Yeah, LinkedIn's a bit of a messy application. But yeah, I mean, definitely find some in-person meetups and start talking to some people who are working in the industry. It's the best way to get in. Anyways, so we've got a bit of time, about 9 minutes. Maybe we can continue working on the challenge we were doing before. Or we can do a new one. Oh, Baby Morse. Well, I mean, let's just do like a really easy challenge. So Morse code. Okay, the way I'm hearing things, DEF CON 2026 will be deserted for... Oh, okay. So a lot of international people don't want to go to DEF CON. I mean, it kind of makes sense with the political climate that's going on these days. Not that we talk about politics on the channel. So just say flag and you will get it. Say flag and you will get it. This challenge has been split into 3 parts. Baby Morse, Daddy Morse, and Mommy Morse. Oh, okay. So we need to send Morse code messages to a web application, it looks like. Okay. Yeah, we've got Discord over here. Enjoying the stream, chill vibes for real. Hello, Lebang Wan Yu. Hello. So Discord is over here, Reddit is over here. Something USA, toxic for certain visitors. I mean, let's not talk about... Well, if we're talking about certain countries, let's try to talk about good things about those countries and not bad things about the countries. Okay, so we can download our Docker Compose. So if you want to do the challenges on this website, HackerPoll, you need to have a machine that has Docker Compose. Otherwise, you're going to be locked out of a lot of challenges. Okay, so it says Canada has amazing meetups for BSD. So BSD, we're talking about Linux. International meetups. BSD. So are we talking about BSD Unix or something else? But yeah. Okay, so let's see. HackerPoll. Unix, yeah, Unix. All right. So we're in this directory. Let's get rid of our Docker Compose .yaml file, and then we'll download the thing for the new challenge, which is called the Baby Morse. FreeBSD, OpenBSD, and NetBSD. I mean, I didn't know that there were... You wanted positive. Thank you, SysOS Master, thank you. Okay, so we're going to download the Docker Compose YAML file, and then we're going to run the thing using Docker Compose up, and get rid of the stuff that was already there. Katraz says, I learned Python, still working on it, and I want to learn C later, and I learned a lot of things about Bash terminal, networking OSI model, and I make server on Ubuntu with GitHub and VS Code. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, if you wanted more education resources, we've got a lot of them. over here on the GitHub. You can find a lot of education resources across a bunch of different categories. Definitely take a look if you're interested in cybersecurity education. Okay, so Docker Compose up and then access the challenge with netcat. So I'm assuming that for this challenge we need to send a Morse message. Say the word flag. Opinions on Factorio. I've never played Factorio before, but I hear that Factorio is a really big like automation kind of game. I'm not sure if it would be very good for live stream, because it's not a very I hear it's not a super exciting game. Okay, so we've got this over here, so I mean we can, this is Morse, right? So we probably need to decode from Morse. We could probably do it with CyberChef maybe, because we love using CyberChef. It is, but with some mods. Oh, okay, if you modify it, maybe it's more exciting. So we could probably look up an operation here from Morse code. Que voulez-vous? Que voulez-vous is like, who are you, right? Que voulez-vous? Let's do some translation because this stuff is French. Oh no. Translate. What do you want? Oh, okay. What do you want? Que voulez-vous? Que voulez-vous? I guess we respond flag, right? Because they say flag to the application, it'll give you the flag. So let's see. We'll go back to CyberChef. We'll get rid of our input. And we'll do to Morse code instead of from Morse code. So get rid of this. To Morse code. And we'll put in our input flag. So we'll try this. Hopefully it works. Okay, what are we talking about? We never see if I start building the factory. Well, I mean, I don't think it would be super entertaining to watch me build a factory with Factorio, but let me know if that's something you're really interested in seeing. Okay, bien. I don't know how to pronounce this. Joué. Bien joué. Le flag est something. Alright, let's try the flag and see if this is the correct one. And we can submit the flag over here. Flag is correct, nice play, thank you. Okay, Factorio kind of has some programmatic thinking, vertical scaling, planning, etc. It's dangerous. That's what Factorio is all about though, solving problems so that the factory can grow. I mean, I think I'd rather solve like LeetCode problems or like advent of code challenges, because at least in that case the stuff that we're solving is kind of different each time, and I also get better at Python programming. Okay, so here let's talk about, well, let's do a little write-up, because we got a couple of minutes before we need to do the next thing. So this would be walkthroughs. And this is under the hardware category, right? Yeah, this is the hardware category under radio. I mean, I guess we could also call this kind of like, we could also put this in the general category, because Morse code is not supposed to be, it's not meant to keep information secret, it's just supposed to transform the information. There are aliens that mutate the more you grow. You don't see that in Python. That's true. That's true. I mean, if I were doing like longer streams and like streaming on a more regular basis where I need to fill up content time, then I would probably consider doing like longer form content, like playing games that require like a lot of time to complete. But maybe not what we're doing right now. Okay, so this is the Baby Morse challenge. We will file this under the hardware category. So this is HackerFrogs, and we'll make a separate directory for the hardware challenges. This is called Baby Morse. Okay, maybe alien alien plus equals alien would literally be that. Maybe. But Factorio would be a good game for an alternative stream where you do full gaming sessions and just gaming sessions. An alternative stream. I mean, I was thinking about doing like other content on the live stream aside from doing like CTF challenges. I was thinking about doing like co-working, but I don't know if co-working would be a good fit for the type of audience we have already. Okay, so let's talk about this challenge, Baby Morse. Where do we put that thing? Over here. Okay. We've got our URL. The concept in this case is just going to be Morse code. Morse code, encoding and decoding. And the method to solve. The application wants us to send the word flag in Morse code to get the answer for the challenge. I'll be there for it if earlier. Yeah, I mean, if I was gonna be doing co-working streams, I would probably be doing them earlier in the day. So I'd probably be doing them like 4 hours or 6 hours earlier than the regular stream times. 3D Code Warrior, hello, nice to see you here. Thank you very much for coming on by. Okay, the Burp says, howdy, really green to cybersecurity, happy to be learning here. Hello, the Burp. Have you tried looking at the Get Into Cyber guide? Give it a go if you want to. If you want some advice on how to decide what kind of cybersecurity role you want to get into. Okay, so Morse code. The application wants us to send the word flag in Morse code to get the answer for the challenge. I suppose we need to capitalize the word Morse because it's a person's name. We can use CyberChef. CyberChef, our favorite tool, to encode the word flag into Morse code. And I guess we can just give the direct link over here from CyberChef. And that's all she wrote. Done. Great. Okay, RNO Gumby, hello, what are you working on? So we're just finishing up some demonstrations, and so we decided to do some CTF challenges. If you know some fundamentals of the categories that we're talking about here, crypto, forensics, hardware, pwn, reverse, and web, you might want to try HackerFrogs. It's not super beginner friendly, but if you've got some fundamentals, you should be able to do the challenges over here. Team colors are for different types of work. It's all cybersecurity. Oh, we're talking about red team and purple team? Yeah. So red, blue, purple. I want to be red team, but in cybersecurity, you need both. You need red team and blue team. I mean, red team and blue team is just talking about defensive versus offensive cybersecurity. So cybersecurity roles often categorized by offensive, that is red, or defensive, that is blue. Sometimes roles that are both offensive and defensive are described as purple. Okay, right on. I just popped in to watch you while I was waiting for Blaze to start streaming. Oh, awesome, RNO Gumby. Okay, anyways, let's continue on to our next topic. So the next topic we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some SQL injection. So SQL injection is database injection. It's generally, let's see. Okay. So our topics are on the screen. Let me go ahead and pull those up so we can get started. This is done. And so this is part of our web app exploitation program over at HackerFrogs AfterSchool. This is session number 6. Yeah, this is session number 6. So let me pull this up. Actually, let me pull up my notes. I've got all of the links that we're going to be using for each one of these sessions over here. This one's for session number 6. So if you want a list of all the links that we're going to be... Why does it say, oh, DVWA room? Okay. This is wrong. It shouldn't say DVWA. Let me edit this real quick. This is the TryHackMe SQL injection room, which we're going to be using for this lesson. Don't forget the clock. Thank you, thank you. We got 60 minutes to complete this exercise. Let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to be using this room from TryHackMe as the basis for everything we're going to be learning today. If you don't have an account over at Discovered, Shyhat from BlazeBits. Thank you very much, Aerofic. And yeah, nice to have you here. So let's go ahead and pull up the TryHackMe room before we start. Okay, I'm glad that this room still exists, because sometimes they TryHackMe will get rid of old rooms, and that's not the case here, so that's great. Anyways, let's start the lesson. Do you recommend TryHackMe or Hack the Box? So TryHackMe is better for beginners, and Hack the Box is better for people who are intermediate, or at least intermediate level as far as their level of whatever they're trying to learn, whether that's like network exploitation or web app stuff, or like Windows Active Directory. Anyways, we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool, SQL injection with TryHackMe Part 1. So this is going to be split up into 2 parts. SQL injection is kind of a big topic, and it's a very, very common topic for web app security. So this is the 6th Intro to Web Exploitation workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following web exploitation concepts. We learned about SQL, that is Structured Query Language. Structured Query Language is a programming language used for managing data held in relational databases. So relational databases are the type of databases you'd find on web apps. Well, most web apps, they use relational databases that handle SQL language. RNO Gumby says, what's your opinion on the TryHackMe data that collects to train their AI? I'd say that is kind of... I wouldn't say it feels great to know that user data is being used to feed an AI that might replace human workers, but I would say that if you want to not give money to TryHackMe, that is up to you. If you want to voice your complaints in such a way. I would say that there's a lot of good to be had from TryHackMe, especially if you're a person who does not have a lot of money, because they've got a lot of free materials and free resources for people to use. I'd say that TryHackMe is right now, I would say that TryHackMe is a net good for the cybersecurity community and for cybersecurity education, because they've got a lot of stuff that people can access for free. Not all rooms are at risk for it. What rooms are, though? But I'd say that if you want to say, you know, I'm not happy with the business practices of TryHackMe by not giving them money, just use the TryHackMe resources that are free. It was a net amazing, now only a net good. I mean, a lot of people really liked TryHackMe as an alternative to Hack the Box because TryHackMe was a lot more beginner friendly. Okay, so SQL. So simply put, SQL allows users to access and manage data contained in relational databases, which are common components of most web applications. So most web apps use databases to store user information, such as usernames and passwords, and so this is why SQL is so important to learn about from a security perspective. So it says, like, the OSINT rooms are immune from the AI. The OSINT rooms are immune from the AI. I didn't know about that. So in a previous workshop, you used SQL queries to retrieve relevant data on the SQL Murder Mystery game and on the SQL Zoo game. And yeah, so we did a little crash course on how to use SQL. But today we're going to be learning how to break SQL. RNO says, I have an annual sub to them, and I'm gonna. Oh, okay. I might cancel it in December. So the only time I subscribe to TryHackMe these days is for their December event, so the Advent of Cyber. And I usually sign up for a month because I do a lot of Advent of Cyber stuff on my live stream. Break SQL or bypass its operations. It's more like using SQL in its intended way, but abusing the web application that is coded in an insecure way. The thing about SQL injection is that we're using legitimate SQL queries, but we're using them in the context of a web application that's not secured properly. Okay, so in this workshop, we'll be learning SQL injection exploits through the TryHackMe platform. TryHackMe is a popular cybersecurity education platform with educational modules called Rooms that span a great number of cybersecurity disciplines. That's bypass, not breaking it. I mean, I guess so. In this workshop, we'll be making use of one of TryHackMe's interactive rooms to learn more about SQL exploitation. But if we want to use the TryHackMe platform, we must have a valid user account for the website. If needed, sign up for an account at the following URL. So tryhackme.com/signup. Okay, so this is it over here if you want to, if you don't have an account over there already. Okay, same here, that's why they have a huge discount on subscriptions. That's why I subscribed in December. I mean, definitely get your deals when you can. Okay, so what is this SQL injection thing that everybody's talking about? SQL injection is a web app vulnerability where SQL commands are passed to the web app database through insecure user input. SQL injection vulnerabilities can lead to sensitive data exposure, admin account takeover, web server takeover, and more. So it's a very serious type of web app vulnerability. So what we're going to do is we're going to learn more over the TryHackMe room, and the link for the TryHackMe room that we're going to be using is this one over here. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to learn about a very simple SQL login query example over here. And in the web app, in a web app, if this statement were to be supplied by the user, it would log the user in if the statement returned true. So what we're doing is we're querying the database about whether or not these two things are true. Is there a user in the users table where the username is equal to admin and the password is equal to password like this? If this comes back as a true query, then we log into the application. If it comes back as a false query, which means that these two things are not true, then we do not get access to the return a row, not true. Is it not? Oh, it returns something, right? So it'll return something from the users table. So is there an admin? Is there a row where the username equals admin and the password equals this? Okay, so what we're dealing with in the first part of the exercise here is we're dealing with something called in-band SQL injection. So when we say in-band SQL injection, we need to take that apart. In-band SQL injection is an SQL injection attack where the results of the injected query can be seen in the output of the web application. It is considered the easiest type of SQL injection to exploit. So let's just do a little walkthrough on... Oh, my music stopped. Let me put some more music on and then we can continue. How about some of... How about some of this? Okay, for this information, we test for if there is a result and that is valued to true in an if command. Sorry, I'm not too sure what the words are at the end of that sentence. Okay, let's do a little walkthrough. So TryHackMe. So we'll just work through the content in the room here. So SQL, structured query language injection, most commonly referred to as SQLI, is an attack on a web application database server that causes malicious queries to be executed. FTL 999 Yuki, hello, nice to see you here. Thank you for your stream. Thank you very much, 999 Yuki. An if statement. Okay. An if statement. So in this room, you will learn what databases are, what SQL is with some basic SQL commands, how to detect SQL vulnerabilities, and how to exploit SQLI vulnerabilities, and as a developer, how to protect yourself against SQL injection. So SQL stands for Structured Query Language. You know what I should do? I should reset my progress in this room so that we can answer the questions together. Okay, so SQL stands for Structured Query Language. Okay, and the next thing is we need to learn about what a database is. If you're not used to working with databases or exploiting them, there's probably some new terminology to get used to. Let's start with some basics on how databases are structured and how they work. Speedy quiz language. Yeah? Maybe. Okay, so what is a database? A database is a way of electronically storing collections of data in an organized manner. A database is managed by a DBMS, which stands for Database Management System. DBMSs fall into two camps. There's relational and non-relational. The focus of this room will be on relational databases. Some common ones you'll come across are MySQL, Microsoft SQL Server, Access, PostgreSQL, and SQLite. We'll explain the difference between relational and non-relational database at the end of this task, but first it's important to learn a few terms. Database is a storage of data, so a library is a database, as in the physical kind. So a place where data is stored is a database. Within a DBMS, you can have multiple databases, each containing its own set of related data. You can have a database called Shop. Within this database, you want to store information about products available to purchase, users who have signed up for your online shop, and information about the orders you've received. You'd store this information separately in the database using something called tables. the tables are identified with a unique name for each one. You can see that this structure, you can see the structure in the diagram below. Okay, so we've got, ooh, why is this so hard to look at? We got our database server over here. So the largest thing in the database server is the database. So the server can contain many different databases. And Dark Lich, hello, nice to see you here. Dark mode fail. I guess in this case, yeah. But anyways, so we've got a database, and inside the database, sorry, the database server is the overall biggest thing. And in the database server, there can be a bunch of different databases, such as a shop database, a staff database, an accounts database. And in each one of these databases, so the shop database has a table with the users, and a table with products, and a table with order. The staff database has a table with users, a table with information, and a table with audit. The accounts database is a table with customers, a table with orders, and a table with payroll. So this is a pretty typical implementation of databases. So what are tables? So a table is made up of columns and rows, and a useful way to imagine a table is like a grid, with the columns going across the top from left to right containing the name of the cell, and the rows going from the top to the bottom, each one having the actual data. So if you deal with a lot with Excel spreadsheets, this is kind of similar. This is not how you typically model them into an image though, is it not? So we've got here like a users table here, and we've got 3 different columns. An ID column, a username column, and a password column. And under the columns are the rows, so the entries for each one of these users. So each column, better referred to as a field, has a unique name per table. When creating a column, you also set the type of data it will contain, common ones being integers, strings, or dates. Some databases contain much more complex data, such as geospatial, which contains location information. Okay, so columns, and we got rows. So rows or records contain individual lines of data. When you add data to the table, a new row/record is created, and when you delete data, a row or record is removed. You'd use UML or EDR modeling for it. Oh, okay. Instead of a diagram that looks like this. I think what SysOS Master is referring to is something closer to what we have on the, what is it called? The SQL murder mystery. So this kind of diagram right here. So ERD. This is probably what you're talking about, right? Anyways, let's go back to the room. It's a type of UML. Okay. So columns and rows. And we got relational versus non-relational databases. So relational databases stores information in tables, and often the tables share information between them. They use columns to specify and define the data being stored, and rows actually to store the data. The tables will often contain a column that has a unique ID, a primary key, which can be used in other tables to reference it, and cause a relationship between the tables, hence the name relational database. Non-relational databases, sometimes called NoSQL on the other hand, are any sort of database that doesn't use tables, columns, and rows to store the data. A specific database layout doesn't need to be constructed so each row of the data can contain different information, giving more flexibility over a relational database. Some popular databases of this type are MongoDB, Cassandra, and Elasticsearch. Okay, now that you've learned what a database is, let's learn about how we can actually talk to it using SQL. So what is the acronym for the software that controls a database? So the software that controls the database is called the DBMS, Database Management System. Document databases are a common NoSQL type. Mongo uses these documents. Okay. So what is the name of the grid-like structure which holds the data? So typically in the databases, you've got a bunch of tables. Okay, and we'll move on. Task number 3, what is SQL? So SQL, Structured Query Language, is a feature-rich language used for querying databases. These SQL queries are better referred to as statements. So you'll hear these interchangeably. So SQL queries or SQL statements. Grid-like. It's like a grid. The simplest of these commands, which we'll cover in this task, is to select, retrieve, update, insert, and delete data. So most of the time when you're doing SQL injection, you're using a select statement. So you're just getting the information as opposed to modifying the information, creating new information, or deleting information. Although somewhat similar, some database servers have their own syntax and slight changes to how things work. So depending on the type of SQL system you're dealing with, so that's MySQL or PostgreSQL or SQLite, they all have different syntax for their SQL statements. Okay, so select, the first type of query that we'll learn is select. And in this case, we've got select star from users. If you remember from the last workshop, when we select star, we're selecting all columns. So in this case, select star from users means in the users table, select all the columns and return them to us. So in this case, we get all the columns back, ID, username, and password, and all of the entries here. So So star or asterisk means wildcard. It's a wildcard for all the things. Okay, so the next query is similar to the above, but this time instead of using star to return all the columns, we just request the username and password. So instead of using star, we can use the names of the columns themselves. So select username password from users to only retrieve these columns, or the data in these columns. Okay, and the following query, like the first, returns all the columns by using the star selector and then the limit 1 clause. So limit 1 means that we're only going to return one row from whatever query that we give to it. Okay, so select star from users limit 1 means that only the first row is retrieved from the database. We can even rename them or use aliases. SQL is really powerful. I mean, SQL is like a backbone. It's a backbone of web apps, because web apps that are more than just what is the word? Web apps that are more than just static pages that display information, they have to store the data somewhere. And in most cases, it's going to be in a database that is powered by the SQL language. So we need to understand how to use the thing. Okay, lastly, we're going to utilize the where clause, where we can finally pick out the exact data that we require by returning the data that matches our specific clauses. So like the previous workshop, we can use the where clause to indicate specific rows. So where username equals admin. So the information in the username column has to be the string admin to return from our query over here. Okay, so I'm going to try to skip past this as quickly as I can, because we need to get to the part where we're actually doing the SQL injection. But if you want to review the stuff in the room, definitely do, because there's a lot of good stuff here. So what we need to do is we need to understand that there typically is going to be a statement that looks like this when we're logging in. So select star from users where username equals something and password equals something. If something returns, then it's a correct statement and we get to log in. Okay, I'm just going to skip past all this other stuff because we only have a certain amount of time to do this. Okay, what kind of SQL statement is used to retrieve data? That is the select statement. SQL is basically a specific way to write English-like questions for the database system to answer. I mean, that's kind of like programming in general. We're trying to use programming language that looks kind of like English to get our stuff done. What SQL clause can be used to retrieve data from multiple tables? So this is union. So there's a certain SQL clause that we're going to be talking about in a little bit to do our SQL injection attacks. So the union clause is used to get information from multiple tables, and we'll be talking about how to abuse this to do SQL injection in a bit. Brain love isn't? Well, that's true. Okay, so what SQL statement is used to add data? So in the information up above, they actually mentioned a certain keyword called insert, and this is what we would do to create new rows in the tables. Okay, so what is SQL injection? So this is the point where in web application using SQL can turn into SQL injection is when user provided data gets included in SQL query. Okay. What does this actually look like? So take the following scenario where you've come across an online blog, and each blog entry has a unique ID number. The blog entries may be set to either public or private depending on whether they're ready for public release. The URL for each blog entry might look like the following. So it could look like blog ID equals 1. From the URL above, you can see that the blog entry selected comes from the ID parameter in the query string. The web application needs to retrieve the article from the database and may use an SQL statement that looks like this to do so. So select star from blog where ID equals 1 and private equals 0, limit 1. So what does this mean? It means get all the information, all the columns, from the blog table where the ID is equal to 1, the ID number, and private equals 0. So private means whether or not we're allowed to share this information. So private equals 0 means not true. Not private means it's public. What does this look like? It's little Bobby tables. That's a pretty famous Sick in the Mind, what's up? We're just doing some basic SQL injection stuff. Learning about SQL first, of course. Okay, so what happens if we give this kind of user input here? So website THM blog ID equals 2, and then semicolon dash dash. So semicolon dash dash means comment, well, it means end the statement, and also means comment everything out. Which means if we were to give this kind of user input to the application, there would be SQL and we would be injecting our own SQL statement in here. So the SQL statement in this case means that we ignored this part of the query, and that lets us see private blog entries. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Turlim Bomb Bomb, thank you. Okay, so this very basic SQL injection, it basically lets us take a look at private blog entries. But private blog entries is just kind of like the tip of the iceberg as far as what we can do with SQL injection. So what character signifies the end of an SQL query? So SQL as a programming language is a traditional programming language that ends all of its statements with a semicolon. So semicolon is the answer. Okay, so we finally get to in-band SQL. So in-band SQL injection is the easiest type to detect an exploit. In-band just refers to the same method of communication being used to exploit the vulnerability and also receive the results. For example, discovering the SQL injection vulnerability on a website page and then being able to extract data from the database to the same page, that means that the data is being sent in-band. So inside of in-band SQL injection, there's also something called error-based SQL injection. There are a few options, but semicolon is what they're looking for here. Yeah, for sure. So error-based SQL injection is the most useful for easily obtaining information about the database structure, because error messages from the database are printed directly to the browser, and this is often used to enumerate a whole database. So if there are error messages being sent back to the web application when a unsuccessful SQL query is sent, that means we're dealing with something called error-based SQL injection. And the next type of SQL injection we're going to be looking at is union-based SQL injection. So union-based is a very basic type of SQL injection where we can get additional information using the union keyword in the SQL language. So this type of injection utilizes the SQL union operator alongside a select statement to return additional results to the page. So if you want to think about it, say that the application sends you like a blog entry as part of its regular operation. So select star from blog. What if we want to do select star from blog, but also add something else? So we would use union, and then we would get, say, information from the users table, for example. And that's one example of how we would use union-based SQL injection. So this method is the most common way of extracting large amounts of data via an SQL injection vulnerability. So say that there's this table called API keys and we want that data. Yeah, so we could use like a union SQL injection attack to get that kind of information. So practical, click on the green Start Machine button to use the SQL injection example practice lab. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. So under Task 5, click on Start Machine, and that's going to start up the website that we need to access to demonstrate the SQL injection. Okay, it's going to take a couple of minutes for us to access the machine, so let's just go over what we're doing here. So in-band SQL injection. This is the type of SQL injection where the results of the injected query can be seen in the output of the web app. So if we're able to see what happens, what kind of error messages are sent back from the system, then this is called an in-band SQL injection. Okay, Mixed News says, are you taking cybersecurity as a hobby or as work? I mean, I'm doing education for cybersecurity as my job, making videos on YouTube and on Twitch. So I mean, I'd call it work, yeah. Are you a real-world tutor? Are you a real-world tutor? I mean, I suppose I could teach people in real life, but like the bigger audience is online. Okay, so in-band SQL injection, there's something called error-based injection. It's the type of in-band SQL injection where SQL-related error messages are returned to the web page output. And in this case, we need to use SQL union select statements to do our SQL injection attack. The union select statement allows rows to be returned from multiple tables at once. So for example, we could select columns from one table and then union select columns from another table. So we could get columns from both the customers table and the suppliers table. In most of these injection attacks, the data from the table you are looking at as part of the regular statement is not the data that you want to look at as part of your SQL injection attack. Okay, you're pretty good at teaching when you're not distracting. Well, thank you very much. Okay, for anyone who knows this kind of stuff, what do you call the hardest kind of SQL I attack? That's for people in the chat to answer. Okay, so let's see. Union select statements allow rows to be returned from multiple tables at once, provided that the number of columns returned from both queries is the same, and the type of data returned from each set of columns is also the same. So this is part of figuring out how to do these union SQL injection attacks, is to figure out how many columns are being returned from the original query. We need to match it in order to do our attack. So union-based SQL injection is a type of in-band SQL injection that uses the SQL union operator with the select statement in order to output additional information from the database. So let's go ahead and go back to the TryHackMe room. Wow. It didn't keep on loading while we were talking. That's kind of weird. Okay. Sorry, what are we looking at here? Task 5, right. Okay, so it says here, level 1 of the practice lab contains a mock browser and a website featuring a blog with different articles, which can be accessed by changing the ID number in the query string. So we can see here, I wonder if there's a dark mode for this, because I know people are going to complain. THM is fast today. If you keep loading, it's just slow. Oh, okay. Anyways, so what we have here is we've got an ID number that is being used to load up an article, right? So if we change our article to article number 2, then we see that the what we get from the application changes. And there's actually a handy-dandy SQL query down here that shows us what kind of SQL query is being used to retrieve the information. So select star from article where ID equals 2. So where ID equals 1. We can also see what happens when we send ID equals 0. So when we see, it says no results found. No results found. So in an easy way to figure out whether or not we might be able to get some error messages from the SQL database is by sending either a single quote or a double quote. So the single quote or the double quote will break the SQL query, and ban equals true, and banana equals true. Okay, so ID equals single quote. So if we give this, then we get an error message. Syntax error or access violation, you have an error in your SQL syntax. This is a pretty good indication that there's some sort of SQL system that's being used to retrieve the data, and that, well, error messages are on. Okay, so the next thing they want us to do is they want us to try some union select. So union select means that we're trying to get more information from the query. So we go ID equals 1, union select 1. It'll give us another error message. Banan equals banana but in Dutch. Oh, okay. This shows us we get the full SQL error message. So here it gives us a message that used select statements have a different number of columns. So different number of columns. What we need to do is we need to match the number of columns to do the SQL union select attack. So we would select 1, 2, well, 1, 2, select, it's going to check to see if there are 2 columns. Okay, we get the same error message, so we try 3 columns. And we get something back, which means that the union select statement from the original query retrieved 3 columns. So union select 1, 2, union select 1, 2, 3. Success, the error message is gone and the article is being displayed. Okay? So what we want to do is we want to not have the blog article show up. So we can do that by selecting something that's not valid. In this case, ID equals 0 is not valid. So in this case, we see the things that we injected over here. So the number is 1, the number 2, and the number 3. So the number 1 ends up over here, the number 2 ends up over here, and the number 3 ends up over here. We could easily change this to the letters like A, B, and C. So select A, select B, and select C. And then we see these things appear in the SQL query. Okay, so the next thing we want to do when we do our SQL union-based attacks, there's like a flow chart of things we want to do. I've got the flow chart over on my GitHub. Let me go ahead and get that. So this is going to be for web app stuff. This is a little guide for beginners SQL injection. So when you want to do your union select injection attacks, you need to do the following things. You need to identify the injection point, so where in the application can we inject SQL statements. The next thing we need to do is we need to determine the number of columns for the union select attack. We need to find the same number of columns, so we would test by sending numbers of columns. Each one of these nulls here are going to indicate one column. Mixed News says the problem of SQL injection is that there are a lot of types like time-based and error-based. I mean, there are a lot of different types of SQL injection, and they're not all super easy to take advantage of, but we need to start somewhere, right? Okay, so the third thing we need to do when we do these union-based SQL injection attacks is we need to identify the DBMS used by the web app. So the DBMS is the flavor of SQL that is being used. For example, MySQL, MS SQL, SQLite, etc. Okay, so some challenges will tell you the type of SQL system being used, but if they're, well, challenges we're talking about like CTF challenges. But in real life, you need to infer what kind of SQL system is being used, or you need to test. So what we can do is we can replace one of our columns with one of these functions that gives us an indication what kind of SQL system is being used. Database management system, that is DBMS, yes. So if we go back here, and then we replace let's replace C, because C is down here. Nice and easy for us to see. We'll place this with the database function. And the database function on some SQL systems is going to let us know, well, no, wait. Sorry, we don't want to do database. We want to do version. Version is a function on a lot of different DBMSs, which lets us know what version of the software is being used. So in this case, it is 8.026 Ubuntu something. So we're not exactly sure what kind of system is being used necessarily. Let's go back. So this will ID MySQL, MariaDB, or PostgreSQL. So because we got something back, this probably, well, the other thing we could do on this particular web app is we could go in and we could search for this. We could search for this version of the software. Go over here and just search for this. So we see that this version number came back with something that says MySQL. So MySQL is a version of SQL, so we're probably dealing with a MySQL system. So if we know this is a MySQL system, we can continue. So after we know the DBMS that's used by the web app, then we can determine the database names in the system. So we don't always need to do this, but it's probably better if we do know the names of the databases in the system. So in this case, we would do something like select schema name from information schemata. We'll grab this and we will go back to the web app. So unit select AB and then this whole thing. And we'll get rid of the select statement because, well, we don't need it because it's already over here. So if we run this, then we see that there's one database in here called information schema, especially for lateral movement in the DBMS. Yeah, because I mean there might be a bunch of different databases in the system, and if you don't know what the databases are, then you can't get all the information from the databases. So we get information schema. This is the name of the database, and the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out what tables exist inside this database. For pen testing, you don't need to go deeply, but for bug bounty, it's enough as proof. I mean, you're going to be giving the client different information depending on what your role is. If you're doing pen testing and you're proving to them that the SQL injection attack exists, then it's probably just enough to be able to like dump out the database and showing them the command that they would use to dump the database. So this could be, well, you could do it manually as well. If you're able to get sensitive information from a manual test, then that's probably enough to indicate to your client that you're able to do a successful attack with SQL injection. Okay, so determine the database names in the system. The next thing we need to do is we need to determine the name of the current database. So the current database that we're working inside and the database that exists in the system, they're not always going to be the same. So we would select database, because we use this one because we know that we're dealing with the MySQL system. So if you're dealing with a different system, you would have to use a different function or a different command. If it's for one app, then yeah, you need to show it's if it's for multiple apps, you need more. For sure. Let's go back. So here, we're going to just replace this with the database function. And the database that we're working inside is called SQL1 or SQLi1. So this is SQLi1. This is the name of the database. And what we need to do is we need to figure out what tables exist inside of this database. So determine the table names in the database. In order to figure out which tables have the juicy data that we're looking for, we need to know the names of all of the tables in the database. So we would do select table name from information schema tables where table schema equals database, or this one over here. I think this is what we're going to be using. So we're just going to go back to the web app here. We're going to plug in this information. And then, so there's one table inside of this database called article. Okay? There's only one? There should be more than one. Okay, but anyways, here you see from the shows the name of the database. This was SQLi1. So the next query will gather a list of tables that are in the database. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. So the reason why the application only shows us one table when we look for the names of the tables in the database is because there's something in the application which truncates our results, and it only gives us the first result. So we can use another function to get multiple lines or get multiple entries on the same line using this function right here called group concat. So we'd group concat table name from information schema table where table schema equals SQL1. Let's just try group concat wrapped around this right here. So we'll just wrap group concat around this, and we get an error message. Hold on. Let me group concat table name from. Okay. You don't wrap it around the whole thing. We group concat the table name, and then we can get multiple entries on the same line. So we see that there are two tables in the system. There's one called article, and there's one called staff users. What version was it again? Table schema, wouldn't that be the database name? Okay, so we see the two tables here, and after we get the names of the tables, we need to determine the column names in the tables. So once we've identified the tables, we want to get the columns. So once we've identified tables we want to look at, we need to figure out which column names exist in those tables. So select column name from information schema columns where table name equals your table name and table schema equals database. So let's go ahead and grab this. Okay, and I think we need to group concat the column names because of the particularities of this particular application. So we will go here, and we need to remember that we probably want to get the staff users table, because our ultimate goal for this particular level of the game is to get the user Martin's password. Okay, so we just need to edit our query over here. So we'll run group concat with the column name. So it looks like this, all told. So it says, what version was it again? Because in MySQL 8 we got JSON array egg. It should be a version, it should be compatible because we got this over here. So 8.0.26. Okay, we got null. We got null? Oh, your table name. I forgot to edit this. So it's we need to get staff users. Okay, so staff users, we've got 3 different columns. So we've got the ID column, the username column, and the password column. So I think they talk about it over here in the literature as well. Staff users, okay. So the next thing we need to do is we need to output the column contents from the tables. Select column name from column table. I mean, this is pretty... This is pretty straightforward. So in this case, what we want to do is we want to get the username and the password. So the usernames and passwords from the staff users table. So if we were to construct this this query, it looks something like select username, password from staff users, like this. But in this case, Ush Wub Shu. I don't know how to pronounce that, but hello, nice to see you here from YouTube. What is up? Okay, so we just want to union select B, probably B and C. So select username. Actually, we can run group concat on this as well. Group concat username and then group concat password. From staff users. Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, okay. The answer is 42. It's always 42. Okay, so we managed to get our information. So there's an admin user, a Martin user, and a Jim user, and the passwords for these users are password, password, and work123. Aerofic, thank you very, very much for subscribing on Twitch with your Prime sub. Let's give you a fun shout out. How about some Yancat for you? Thank you very much for the subscription. There you go. Thank you very much, Aerofic. And if you want to learn how to subscribe to your favorite Twitch streamer and you have Amazon Prime, you can take a look at this guide over here. Thank you very much, Aerofic, for the subscription. Okay, so what are we doing? We managed to find our 3 usernames here and our 3 passwords here. So the password for Martin is the second one, which is password. So we're just going to submit this, click on check password, and we're done. So we got a flag from this THM SQL injection, this thing. Let's copy it and let's provide this to the web page. Check. Okay, done. So we've got time for one more very, very short topic. The topic is actually not super short, but let's do it as quick as we can. Okay, so in task number 6, what we're doing is something called the SQL authentication bypass. So this is a type of blind SQL injection. And blind SQL injection is SQL injection where the error messages resulting from improper SQL queries has been disabled, but requests are going through nonetheless. So we can actually run the SQL statements, but the output is not coming back to the web app. So authorization bypass is a type of blind SQL injection where insecurely written code allows the login of a user to a web app without the use of a proper username and or password. So blind SQL authentication bypass, it's pretty common on your, like, what is the word? Easier level like cybersecurity challenges. So anytime you see some sort of login page, you can try this little trick called the authentication bypass. The most basic auth bypass SQL command is illustrated by the SQL command shown above. Note that there is a space present in the command after the double dashes. So you would do something that looks kind of like this. So you might have, this is very difficult to understand what is actually going on until you see the full statement. So the full statement that is being run by an application typically to log people in is something like this. So select star from users where username equals something and password equals something. So the something in this case is what the user supplies. So I'm guessing that this would probably go into this part of the statement. In the statement in the app. Yeah, I mean, the statement that is being used by the application it's not going to be the same every time for every application. But what we're doing is we're supplying a statement that looks like this. Select star from users, so the users table, where the username is empty string. And this is an empty string because we supply the end of the string over here. Or 1 equals 1 and then comment everything out. So normally in this statement they would also check for the password and all the other stuff, but because we send this user input, we're able to bypass that part of the statement. Add the remainder of the line for the full visual. So for the full visual, it would be like this. Select star from usernames from users where username equals empty string or 1 equals 1, and then comment out all of this part. So this means ignore everything after this. Well, not ignore, but don't interpret the stuff after this, because this is supposed to be a comment. I think OR is telling SQL if the first condition is false, look for the second condition, and in our case 1 equals 1, so its logic is accepted. So OR in many programming languages is going to try to return, going to try to find something either on the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the operator and determine if one of these things is true. If one of the things is true, then the overall statement returns back true. In this case, select star from users where username equals empty string. This is probably almost never true, because it's looking for a username that is blank. But this portion of the statement, 1 equals 1, always returns true, because because 1 does equal 1. So this means that the overall statement is going to return true, and because it returns true, it lets us log in. Okay, where was I? So the single quote closes out the original query, which is on username, and that means that the username was going to be the empty string. So if this portion is not included, the SQL database will return an error. So we need to close out the original statement, otherwise the statement doesn't go through. The next part, OR, is what enables the bypass, because it enables us to create our own true statement. So when 1 does not equal 1, your computer is not deterministic anymore, and there are bigger issues. Probably, yeah. So even if there's no matching username, because the OR conditional is used, the overall query can return true if we supply the correct statement. So the correct statement is 1 equals 1, which is a true statement. So then the double dash is in the space, which comments out the rest of the original query. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that over on the web app. So in the username, we're going to supply single quote or 1 equals 1, then double dashes, and then dash again. So for the password, it doesn't matter what we supply as the password. So this is going to log us in, and it's going to log us in as, well, you should be able to see that you're logged in as the first user inside the table, and that would usually be the administrator user. Okay, so you bypass the login and can move on to the next level, go to level 3. So click on this, and we receive the flag for the next level. Okay, so this over here, we're going to supply this as the flag for the question over here, down there. Okay. Password equals like and subscribe to the Shy Hat. Yes, thank you, thank you. Okay, so this is done. So the next thing we're going to be learning about is blind SQL injection, but we're going to be doing that in the next stream because it's kind of a long topic and we're finished with today's. Well, we've run out of time. So let's review the SQL concepts we learned in today's workshop. SQL injection. These are vulnerabilities that can lead to sensitive data exposure, admin account takeover, web server takeover, and more. Time is relative. Yup. Error-based SQL injection is a type of inbound SQL injection where error messages from the database software are returned to the web app interface. So error-based injection is a type of inbound injection. We learned a few useful SQL commands with MySQL. So select database returns the name of the database used by the web app. So this is the database function. This is all stuff that's specific to MySQL-like systems like MySQL and MariaDB. So if we use the group concat function, we're able to get data from a single column, or data from a single row returned in a single entry. So group concat is a very useful function if we were to if we're dealing with very specific applications that only return one row. Okay, and we learned about blind SQL injection. And blind SQL injection is SQL injection where the error messages returning from improper SQL queries has been disabled, but the requests are going through nonetheless. Authorization bypass is a type of blind SQL injection wherein securely written code allows the login of a user to a web app without the use of a proper username and/or password. The most basic auth bypass SQL command is illustrated by the SQL command shown above. Note there are spaces between the command and the double dashes over here. Thank you for your work. I'm a bug hunter, so it's really useful for me. I'm glad to help, Mixed News. Okay, so in the next web app hacking workshop, we'll conclude our exploration with the SQL injection. We'll conclude our exploration of SQL injection with TryHackMe covering Boolean and time-based SQL injection. So these are the more difficult types of SQL injection, and we're going to be covering them in the next workshop. If you want to do this yourself, you can check out this TryHackMe room, and it's very good, and it has a lot of learning material here if you want to learn more about SQL injection. But let's shut down this machine, and we will do the next part of today's stream. So we're going to be doing some AI stuff. Yay, AI stuff. Let me pull up my overlays. So it's topic number 4. It's here. Topic number 5 is on deck. And let me give ourselves 60 minutes to cover the next topic. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be going back to Hack the Box Academy. So Hack the Box Academy has a lot of good stuff. Although some of the learning materials can be a bit dry over here, we're going to be taking a look at this applications of AI in InfoSec section over here. AI stuff. Sounds like it's AI. Well, I mean, people are trying to make the most out of this big AI craze. I need to teach myself more about AI because AI, not AI. I don't know. Like But yeah, let's get rid of some of these tabs we're not using anymore. So we're not using this stuff. Okay, so Hack the Box Academy is a platform where you can learn about all sorts of cybersecurity topics. It's, well, I mean, some of the modules are paid, but there are some free modules as well. And the module we're looking at today is one of the free ones. The sound you make when you're holding in hot ember. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, let's, so it's last updated a year ago. So the thing about AI technology is that stuff from a year ago, it might be super outdated because the AI landscape is changing so fast. But anyways, let's unlock this by using our cubes, and then let's it's not new, it should be relevant still. It should be relevant new. AI is not new. I mean, the evolution of what's going on with AI in our current tech space, it's advancing pretty rapidly in my opinion. Anyways, let's start the module. And we'll figure out all about applications of AI in InfoSec. Hopefully. Of course, Hack the Box can be kind of slow, depending on what part of the world you live in. I'm sure it is much faster if you live in Europe. Here's a fun fact. Sorry, Hack the Box is a Greek company. The HQ, the headquarters for Hack the Box, is in Greece. This is a bit surprising to me because I thought that Hack the Box was a UK-based company, which it is not. It is not. Anyways, just a fun little factoid. Let's move on. So, following the fundamentals of AI module, this module takes a more practical approach to applying machine learning techniques. Instead of focusing solely on theory, you will now engage in hands-on activities that involve building and evaluating real models. Throughout this process, you will gain experience with the end-to-end workflow of AI development, from exploring data sets to training and testing models. Okay, so you will construct 3 distinct AI models in this module. And TryHackMe is an English company. Oh yeah, right. So a lot of people get the Hack the Box and TryHackMe confused. TryHackMe is a UK-based company, but Hack the Box is Greek. Hack the Box is in a few countries, but the headquarters is in Greece. Yeah. Okay, so the models we're going to be constructing in this module is a spam classifier to determine whether an SMS message is spam or not, a network anomaly detection model designed to identify abnormal or potentially malicious network traffic, and a malware classifier using byte plots. Byte plots, which are visual representations of binary data. Throughout the module, you will encounter Python code blocks that guide you step by step through the model building process. So, I mean, this is where all of our Python knowledge will come in handy. You will learn more about Jupyter later in this module, but for now, understand that you can copy and paste these code snippets into a Jupyter notebook to execute them in sequence, either in your Playground VM or your environment. You can train most of these models in your own environment. For a decent experience, you will need at least 4 GB of RAM and at least 4 CPU cores. I mean, I don't know if everybody has this kind of system available to them. I'll be using the Hack the Box infrastructure for this. Okay, so throughout this module, all sections marked as interactive contain code blocks for you to follow along. Not all interactive sections contain separate exercises. Okay, so we'll complete this and move on to the next thing. A Raspberry Pi has that. 4 GB of RAM, 4 CPU cores, 4 GB of RAM. I mean, do most Raspberry Pis have 4 GB of RAM? Oh, a Pi 3, okay. Anyways, let's move on. So the next thing is streak in danger. Oh no. So environment setup. Setting up a proper environment is essential before diving into the exciting world of AI. This module offers 2 paths for an environment. So the first is the playground. Because we acknowledge that not everybody will have the computer resources required to build the models in this module, we have provided a virtual playground environment for you to use if you absolutely need it. Because this is separate from Pwnbox, there are specific sections where you can spawn this VM. You can connect to it using your Hack the Box VPN profile or Pwnbox. The VM exposes Jupyter for you to work in, which will be covered in the next section, but you can access it from the VM IP on port 8888. You can spawn the VM and extend the instance time if needed at the bottom of this section, or at any of the model evaluation sections in this module. Okay? So, I mean, one of the things that I really care about is accessibility, and one of the things that a lot of cybersecurity learners don't have is access to equipment. So it's really important that the cybersecurity education platforms can give students that may not have a lot of money for hardware access to resources like virtual machines. Okay, so let's see. This is the playground, I guess. While the playground environment is sufficient to follow along with everything discussed in this module, it lacks in performance to provide an environment that encourages experimentation. Therefore, we recommend setting up an environment on your own system, provided that you have sufficiently powerful hardware. This will result in shorter training times and enable experimentation with different parameters, resulting in a more enjoyable way to work through the module and improve your understanding of the performance impact of different training parameters. And money, don't forget about money, well, the second is to set up an environment on your own system, which you can do by following the rest of the section. For this module, you need at least 4 GB of RAM. In the majority of cases, your own environment will provide faster training times than the Playground VM. Okay, so what is this thing? So Miniconda. Miniconda is a minimal installer for Anaconda distribution of the Python programming language. It provides the Conda package manager and the core Python environment without automatically installing the full suite of data science libraries available in Anaconda. So Anaconda is a Python programming language distribution. So Miniconda, both Miniconda and Anaconda rely on the Conda package manager, allowing for simplified installation, updating, and management of Python packages and their dependencies. Please install it in the virtual environment or it will mess up your systems. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to do that most of the time. Both Miniconda and Anaconda rely on the Conda package manager, allowing for simplified installation, updating, and management of Python packages. In essence, Miniconda offers a lighter starting point, where Anaconda comes preloaded with a broader range of commonly used data science tools. Why Miniconda? You might wonder why we use Miniconda instead of the standard Python installation. Here are a few compelling reasons. Performance. Miniconda often performs data science and machine learning tasks better due to optimized packages and libraries. Package management. The Conda package manager simplifies package installation and management, ensuring compatibility and resolving dependencies. This is particularly crucial in deep learning, where projects often rely on a complex web of interconnected libraries. And environment isolation. Miniconda allows you to create isolated environments for different projects. This prevents conflicts between packages and ensures each project has its dedicated dependencies. By using Miniconda, you'll streamline your workflow, avoid compatibility issues, and ensure that your deep learning environment is optimized for performance and efficiency. Okay, so installing Miniconda, we got Windows, and then we've got I'm gonna skip over all this because we're going to be using the playground. But if you're doing this, definitely, if you're doing this and you are planning to use your own equipment, then definitely look through this, but I'm just going to skip through this. Okay, I think we can skip all of this. Okay, question 1. If you choose to use the Playground VM, you can start it here and familiarize yourself with the environment. We recommend keeping the VM running as you work through the module and follow along with the code snippets. Type done to continue. Okay, so we got the... So this is connect to HTB. We do need to connect to Hack the Box in order to use the playground. So we need to use the VPN. So I'm pretty sure US Academy 4. I'm going to check if I've got a VPN key already installed on this system. Let me go ahead and do that. Okay, so Academy Regular, I think this is the same VPN access key that we would be using for this. I'm going to try using this. So sudo openvpn, and then access the Academy lab environment, or the lab network. So we'll only know if this actually worked if we try to interact with the system and it doesn't work. Okay, so after that, we will spawn the target system with this button over here. Okay, so if you choose to use the Playground VM, you can start it here. So this is what we're starting right now. We'll just wait for this to do its thing, but we'll type in done to continue. Okay, so it looks like we need to wait for the virtual machine to get going. But in the meantime, does anybody have any good jokes? I've got a classic joke I can tell. Okay. How many programmers does it take to screw in a light bulb? Okay, if you think you know how many programmers it takes to screw in a light bulb, let us know in the chat. And I'll reveal the I'll reveal one possible answer in about 30 seconds. Okay, less than project managers to make a significant contribution. That's a good one. So sysOS master. Actually, we'll put it here. Less than project managers make a contribution. Okay, and Aerofic says that the answer is 0. I guess that would be false. How many programmers does it take to screw in a light bulb? False. Okay, so the way I heard it, the way I heard this joke, how many programmers does it take to screw in a light bulb? It takes 5. It takes 5. 1 to screw in the light bulb, and 4 to tell the first one that they would do it differently and more efficiently. Oh, and they would probably tell me that I made a typo here as well. How many programmers does it take to screw in a light bulb? 5. 1 to screw in a light bulb, and 4 to tell the first one that they would do it differently and more efficiently. sysOS master says, how many programmers does it take to screw in a light bulb? Less than the number of project managers to make a significant contribution. Oh, I need to... Contribution, okay. It takes 10 and 1 to do the work. Most programmers will say it's the hardware. It's hardware. We'll say it's hardware even. 1 to tell him he's doing it wrong. That's probably the more succinct way to do it. So how many programmers does it take to screw in a light bulb? 2. 1 to screw in the light bulb, and 1 to tell the first one they're doing it wrong. Bam. 10, it's 2 in binary, of course. Of course. Okay, anyways, let's see if this thing finished loading up. Okay, so our target is over here, and we've got an IP address. So the way we would tell if that we're connected to the network is we would go over to any one of our tabs, and we would try to ping the machine. So if we are able to send ping packets to the machine, then we're connected. So we're able to ping the machine, which means we're connected to it. So we'll move on to the next portion of the of the module. And Space Station Net, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Nice to see you here. So Jupyter Lab. Jupyter Lab is an interactive development environment that provides web-based coding, data, and visualization interfaces. Due to its flexibility and interactive features, it's a popular choice for data scientists and machine learning practitioners. Why Jupyter Lab? Interactive environment. Jupyter Lab allows running code in individual cells, facilitating experimentation and iterative development, data exploration and visualization. It integrates seamlessly with libraries like Matplotlib and Seaborn for creating visualizations and exploring data. Documentation and sharing. Jupyter Lab supports Markdown and LaTeX for creating rich documentation and sharing code with others. Jupyter Lab can be easily installed using Conda if it isn't already installed. Okay, so we're not dealing with our own environment, so it should be installed on the machine that we're connected to over here. So I think they said that we needed to access this on port 8888. Let me see if that's the case. Okay, so the lab is here. Thank you, not much. Thanks for hosting this. Yeah, I'm here to... Oh, can we make this dark mode? Because people will complain if we're not in dark mode. Okay, let's see if we've got a... I don't see... What is the name of this application? So Jupyter Lab. Jupyter Lab, I wonder... Let me do a quick... Can't see blind MC25, yes, of course. Jupyter Lab, dark mode. Based on the provided search terms, there's no direct dark mode toggle for the Jupyter Lab's web interface itself. Dang. Changing the Jupyter Lab interface theme. To change the theme, navigate to the settings menu, select Jupyter Lab theme. Well, I mean, we'll try this. Settings menu. Where's the settings menu? Settings, theme, Jupyter Lab dark. Ooh, much better. Okay, well, I mean, we got there in the end. So we got dark mode, so, you know, hacker cred +1. All right, let's continue. Okay. No worries. All right, so what are we doing? Using Jupyter Lab. They've got dark mode in the screenshots here. Jupyter Lab's primary component is the notebook, which allows combining code, text, and visualizations in a single document. Notebooks are organized into cells where each cell can be containing either code or markdown text. So code cells execute code in various languages. Python, R, and Julia. I've heard of R before. I have no idea what Julia is. Markdown cells. Create formatted text equations and images using Markdown syntax. Raw cells. Untyped raw text. It's Ignacio Portal. It's Ignacio Portal. Hello, nice to see you here. Julia is another language. No worries. I kind of guessed at that. What are we doing? So we're doing a module from Hack the Box. So Hack the Box has a number of free modules, like this one over here. And it's on AI application development, or applications of AI developing models, I guess this is what we're trying to do. Okay, so click the Python 3 icon under the notebook section in the launcher interface to create a new notebook. This will open a notebook with a single empty code cell. So Python 3 notebook. Where are we? Here? Here. Okay, can we make this? We can make the interface bigger because it's a web interface. This is great. Okay. Thank you very much, Arrow Maisei. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. Okay, so we've got our untitled Python notebook, and what are we supposed to do here? Let's put these two tabs together. Okay, and then type your Python code into the code cell and then press Shift-Enter to execute it. For example, hello Jupyter Lab. I mean, we can copy-paste. I've seen Julia being used for expert systems a lot. Yeah, I mean, I've never really heard of it before, but always time to learn. So we put in our Python code here, and then we do Shift-Enter. And then we run the code inside the cell. Okay. I mean, can we run it again? Yeah, okay, that's great. So we've got more stuff over here. What are we supposed to do? So the output of the code will appear below the cell, so we just did this. Jupyter Notebooks use a stateful environment, which means your variables, functions, and imports defined in one cell remain available to all later cells. For instance, once you execute a cell, any changes it makes to the environment, such as assigning new variables or redefining functions, persist as long as the kernel is running. This differs from a stateless model where each code execution is isolated and does not retain information from previous executions. Being aware of the stateful nature of a notebook is important. For example, if you execute cells out of order, you might observe unexpected results due to previously defined or modified variables. Similarly, re-importing modules or updating variable values affect subsequent cell executions, but not those that were previously run. So say that you've got a cell that looks like this, x equals 1, and then in a later cell you might have print x. This will print 1 because x was defined previously. If you change the first cell to x equals 2 and rerun it before running the print x cell, the value of x in the environment becomes 2, so that the output will now be different when you run the print cell. Okay. Click on the plus button in the toolbar to add new cells. You can choose between code cells and markdown cells using the drop-down in the toolbar. Markdown cells allow you to write formatted text and include headings, lists, and links. JupyterLab integrates with libraries like Pandas, Matplotlib, and Seaborn for data exploration and visualization. Here's an example of loading a dataset with Pandas and creating a simple plot. Okay, so let's grab the Python code and give this a try. Okay, so we'll just copy this, and then we'll go back to our web interface. We'll replace our code in this cell with this. And then what do they want us to do? Can we run this? Shift-Enter. Okay, so we run the code, and then we get our plot, our plotted graph. Cool. Okay, the code now generates a sample data frame with two columns, column 1 and column 2, containing random values. The rest of the code remains the same, demonstrating how to display the data frame's contents and create a scatter plot using the generated data. To save your notebook, click on the save icon or use Ctrl+S. Don't forget to rename your notebook. You can right-click on the Notebook tab or the notebook in the file browser. Okay, so let's do that. So up here, we'll click on the disk icon, and we'll rename our notebook. So we'll call this our HackerFrogs notebook. HackerFrogs 1. I'm not too sure what other notebooks we're going to create, but this is the first one. Rename. Done. Okay, restarting the kernel. JupyterLab uses a kernel to run your code. The kernel is a separate process responsible for executing code and maintaining the state of your computations. Sometimes you may need to reset your environment if it becomes cluttered with variables or you encounter unexpected behavior. Restarting the kernel clears all variables, functions, and imported modules from memory, allowing you to start fresh without shutting down your Jupyter Lab entirely. To restart the kernel, open the kernel menu in the top toolbar, select Restart Kernel to reset the environment while preserving cell outputs, or restart kernel and clear out all outputs to also remove all previously generated outputs from the notebook. After restarting, rerun any cells containing variable definitions, imports, or computations to restore the environment. This ensures that the notebook state accurately reflects the code that you have most recently executed. Okay, so for an in-depth guide, refer to the Jupyter Lab documentation. So, I mean, we can do this. We can restart kernel and clear out outputs over here on the top toolbar. So click on kernel, restart kernel and clear output of all cells. Okay, and then they'll ask us to confirm. Okay, so everything that was here previously has disappeared. While the outputs have disappeared, the code remains. Let's continue. Okay, to connect to HackerFrogs, I think we don't need to do this, we just need to move on to the next section. Okay, Python libraries for AI. Python is a versatile programming language widely used in artificial intelligence due to its rich library ecosystem that provides efficient and user-friendly tools for developing AI applications. This section focuses on two prominent Python libraries for AI development, scikit-learn and PyTorch. Just a quick note, this section provides a high-level overview of key Python libraries for AI, aiming to familiarize yourself with their purpose, structure, and common use cases. It offers a foundation for identifying relevant APIs and understanding the general landscapes of these libraries. The official documentation will be your best resource for learning every small detail about the libraries. Okay, Inconu says, can you do live methodology for bug hunting on a real target to learn approaching different bug types? Thanks. I mean, we don't do very much stuff on bug bounty hunting on this channel, but check out some of the education links over here. You might be able to find some stuff regarding bug bounty hunting. It's not really something we look too much into on this channel, but we do cover like web app stuff, but web app stuff that's not super focused towards like bug bounty hunting. Okay, so scikit-learn. Scikit-learn is a comprehensive library built on the NumPy, SciPy, and Matplotlib. It offers a wide range of algorithms and tools for machine learning tasks and provides a consistent and intuitive API, making implementation of various machine learning modules easy. Okay? Supervised learning. Scikit-learn provides a vast collection of supervised learning algorithms, including linear regression, logistic regression, support vector machines, decision trees, naive Bayes, and ensemble methods, random forests, gradient boosting. So this is all stuff that I don't know very much about. I guess I should learn more about machine learning to learn more about stuff like this. I have heard of decision trees, but most of this other stuff is kind of new to me. Unsupervised learning. It also offers various unsupervised learning algorithms such as clustering, k-means, dbscan, and dimensionality reduction, PCA-TSNE. Those are AI learning strategies. Oh, okay. Data preprocessing provides functionalities for data preprocessing, including feature scaling and normalization, handling missing values, and encoding categorical variables. Those are mainly for machine learning. I mean, yeah, this is a whole field I'm not super familiar with, and by not super familiar with, I'm not really familiar with at all. But I guess I'm hoping that the module explains more about this stuff as we go. Data preprocessing. Scikit-learn offers a rich set of tools for preprocessing data. a crucial step in preparing data for machine learning algorithms. Pre-processing data, okay. So these tools help transform raw data into a suitable format that improves the accuracy and efficiency of models. In Kanu, no worries, no worries. Okay. Feature scaling is essential to ensure that all features have a similar scale, preventing features with larger values from dominating the learning process. scikit-learn provides various scaling techniques. So standard scaler standardizes features by removing the mean and scaling to unit variance. Min-max scaler scales features to a given range, typically between 0 and 1, and robust scaler scales features using statistics that are robust to outliers. Okay, so we got... Okay, so we're importing some functions. So we're importing a function from sklearn preprocessing. Categorical features representing data in categories or groups need to be converted into numerical representations for machine learning algorithms to process them. scikit-learn offers encoding techniques. One hot encoder creates binary zeros and ones for columns for each category. One hot encoder. I mean, one, I guess we're talking about binary stuff, but I wonder what it means by hot encoder in this case. You got label encoder assigns a unique integer to each category, okay? One hot encoder creates binary columns for each category. Okay. Real-world datasets often contain missing values. scikit-learn provides methods to handle these missing values. So simple imputer replaces missing values with the specified strategy. For example, mean, median, and most frequent. And knn imputer imputes missing values using the k nearest neighbors algorithm. So one thing that I'm really not too sure about, because it's the first time I've encountered this word, is the word imputer. I mean, compute I can understand. Impute I'm not really too sure about. So I'm just going to look this up real quick. Meaning of impute. So impute means to attribute or ascribe or charge something. To attribute, ascribe, or charge something, usually a fault, crime, or motive, to a person or cause. It is often used to blame someone for an action or to assign a characteristic to them. In technical fields, it means to assign a calculated value to data. Assign a calculated value to data. So this is what we're looking at because we're talking about tech stuff. Okay, blame or fault. They tried to impute the error to the accountant, meaning that they blamed the accountant for the mistake. I've never encountered this word before. And I've been speaking English and reading English articles for the last 40 some odd years. So, Anyways, let's put on some new music and then we'll continue. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be using language like this. I'm just saying that it's highly technical language that you wouldn't know unless you were learning about data science and machine learning specifically. Okay, let's play some Void Stranger music. Hey, I love this game. Aerofic, yeah. It's jargon. I mean, it might have been a word that was used more often in the past, but it's, these days we don't use these words on a regular basis. Anyways, let's move on. So to assign a value to some data, so one more time. In technical fields, it means to assign a calculated value to data. Okay, in data or finance, missing income data were imputed based on similar cases, means that a value was calculated and filled in. Okay. Model selection and evaluation. Scikit-learn offers tools for selecting the best model and evaluating its performance. Splitting data into training and testing sets is crucial to evaluating the model's generalization ability to unseen data. Thank you very much for following on Twitch 2KX. Thank you. Cross-validation provides a more robust evaluation by splitting the data into multiple folds and training testing on different combinations. So we're talking about training data and testing data, or training sets and testing sets. So xtrain, xtest, ytrain, ytest, train test split, xy test size 0.2. Scikit-learn provides various metrics to evaluate model performance. So accuracy score for classification tasks, mean squared error for regression tasks, and precision score, recall score, and F1 score for classification tasks with imbalanced classes. So in this case, we're going to import accuracy score. So accuracy equals accuracy score. So this is a function on y test and y pred. So I guess this is predictor. Model training and prediction. Scikit-learn follows a consistent API for training and predicting with different models. Create an instance of the desired model with the appropriate hyperparameters. Create an instance of the desired model with the appropriate hyperparameters. Okay, so logistic regression. Model equals logistic regression C 1.0. C, not too sure what the C stands for in this case. Can you give us a trial of the previous 3 hours? I came late. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, we've got a schedule over here on the HackerFrogs Reddit, or the subreddit, rather. So we're not, this is actually not that great for tracking what we're doing today. But we did some web app demos. We did some web app lessons on database injection with TryHackMe, and we also did some CTF exercises. What we're doing next, what we're doing right now, is we're doing AI learning with Hack the Box Academy over here. And the last thing we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing a Linux box challenge from HacKMyVM. So stay tuned for that, but we're going to be sticking with our AI learning stuff over here. So make predictions on the new data using the predict method. Okay, so one other thing that I want to clarify, because I don't think I've really encountered it very much, is I think they were talking about regression tasks. Hold on, let me find that, because I need to clarify this stuff. So, what is a regression task? In data science, what is a regression task? Okay, so a regression task in data science is a supervised machine learning technique used to predict a continuous numerical outcome based on the relationship between the input feature and a target variable. It models how independent variables affect a dependent variable to forecast values like prices, sales, or temperatures. Characteristics of regression tasks. So regression tasks predict continuous data. Unlike classification, which predicts categories, regression outputs real valued numbers. For example, $350, $350 million, $350,000 for a house, and 25.5 Celsius for temperature. supervised learning. It requires labeled training data, meaning that the model learns from historical data points containing both inputs, features, and correct outputs, the target. Identifies relationships. It establishes the strength and the nature of relationships between predictors, for example, number of rooms, and the outcome, for example, house price. It is to establish a line of best fit to surfaces that minimize the error between predicted values and actual data points. Okay, so it's used to predict a continuous numerical outcome based on a relationship between input feature and target variable. Let's think about this. So we're talking about data science regression tasks. Regression tasks, according to our good friend the AI, supervised machine learning technique. Okay. So machine learning, it's a machine learning technique, first of all. And it's also, it predicts a continuous numerical outcome. Continuous numerical numerical outcome. Based on the relationship between input features and target variable. Based on what was that word? So, what were some of the examples? So it's predicting. So for example, we could predict the price of a house based on the number of rooms. So the number of rooms in this case would be the input features, and the price of the house is the target variable. So this is a regression task. Sorry to everybody who already knows this stuff. It's just that a lot of these data science data science terms are going to be new to me because I've never really studied data science before. But we're here to learn. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that before we move on. Okay, model training and prediction. Scikit-learn follows a consistent API for training and predicting with different models. Okay, so I just want to make sure that API in this case stands for Application Programming Interface. Because that's what it refers to in like web security stuff. It's a big field. It certainly feels like a big field right now. So create an instance of a desired model with the appropriate hyperparameters. So we create logic regression to create a logic regression model. Train the model using the fit method with the training data. So model.fit xtrain, ytrain. Make predictions on new data using the predict method. So y prediction equals model.predict xtest. So xtest is used to create the prediction. Okay, so PyTorch. PyTorch is an open source machine learning library developed by Facebook's AI Research Lab. It provides a flexible and powerful framework for building and developing various types of machine learning models, including deep learning models. Key features. Deep learning. PyTorch excels in deep learning, enabling the development of complex neural networks with multiple layers and architectures. Dynamic computational graphs. Unlike static computational graphs used in libraries like TensorFlow, PyTorch uses dynamic computational graphs, which allows for more flexible and intuitive model building and debugging. GPU support. PyTorch supports GPU acceleration, significantly speeding up the training process for computationally intensive models. Torch Vision integration. Torch Vision is a library integrated with PyTorch that provides a user-friendly interface for image datasets, pre-trained models, and common image transformations. Inconu says, we all hoped hacking like movies, but this is what it is. I mean, this isn't really normal for what I do on the stream most of the time. This is very... what is the word? This is very, very science nerd. But the good thing about the science nerd stuff in this particular activity is that we're going to be using the Python modules to do most of the heavy lifting for us. Check the Hollywood command to hack like they do in Collingwood. Okay, so Torch Vision integration, automatic differentiation. PyTorch uses AutoGrad to automatically compute gradients, simplifying the process of back propagation. Community and ecosystem. PyTorch is a large and active community, leading to a rich ecosystem of tools, libraries, and resources. Dynamic computational graphs and tensors. At the heart of PyTorch lies the concept of dynamically computational graphs. A dynamic computational graph is created on the fly during the forward pass, allowing for more flexible and dynamic model building. This makes it easier to implement complex and nonlinear models. Tensors are multi-dimensional arrays that hold the data being processed. They can be constants, variables, or placeholders. PyTorch tensors are similar to NumPy arrays, but can run on GPUs for faster computation. Creating a torch. So x equals torch.tensor. Okay, tensors are multi-dimensional arrays. So we create a multi-dimensional array containing the values 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. Tensors can be moved to a GPU if available. Building models with PyTorch. PyTorch provides a flexible and intuitive interface for building and training deep learning models. The torch.nn module contains various layers and modules for constructing neural networks. So NN stands for neural networks, good to know. The sequential API allows building models layer by layer, adding each layer sequentially. Import torch.nn as nn. Model equals nn.sequential. Linear, oh man. Okay, let's skip on down to the end of this task. So it's basically telling us about all the features with these different libraries. I think I'll understand a bit better when we get hands-on. Let's just move on to the next thing. Datasets. Okay, so in AI, the quality and characteristics of the data used to train models significantly impacts their performance and accuracy. Datasets, which are collections of data points used for analysis and model training, come in various forms and formats, each with its own properties and consideration. Data preprocessing is a crucial step in the machine learning pipeline that involves transforming raw data into a suitable format for algorithms to process effectively. Okay, so I think we definitely need to understand what the AI systems are taking in the form of these data sets to understand what's actually going on with AI. Okay, Wild Radio, nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good time. Okay, so understanding data sets. Data sets are structured collections of data used for analysis and model training. They come in various forms, including tabular data, data organized into tables with rows and columns, common in spreadsheets or databases. Hey, we were just talking about SQL, which is used for relational databases. Image data, sets of images represented numerically as pixel arrays. So the pictures that we give to the AI are pixel arrays, okay? Text data, unstructured data composed of sentences, paragraphs, or full documents. Or time series data, sequential data points collected over time emphasizing temporal patterns. The quality of a dataset is fundamental to the success of any data analysis or machine learning project. Here's why. Model accuracy. High-quality datasets provide more accurate models. Poor quality data such as noisy, incomplete, or biased datasets lead to reduced model performance. Generalization. Carefully curated datasets enable models to generalize effectively to unseen data. This minimizes overfitting and ensures consistent performance in real-world applications. Efficiency. All datasets are filled with bias. All datasets are filled with bias. I mean, there's no real solution to that now, is there? Efficiency. Clean, well-prepared data reduces both training time and computational demands, streamlining the entire process. So we want to make sure that we're feeding the right kind of data sets to the AI models. We've got reliability. Reliable data sets lead to trustworthy insights and decisions. In critical domains like healthcare or finance, data quality directly affects the dependability of results. Okay, it's an artifact from data collection. So the way you collect your data is going to introduce bias. I mean, I can believe that. What makes a dataset good? Several key attributes characterize a good dataset. In a way, they must be, by definition, biased. Several key attributes characterize a good dataset. Relevance. The data should be relevant to the problem at hand. Irrelevant data can introduce noise and reduce model performance. For example, text data from social media posts is more relevant than stock market prices for a sentiment analysis task. So make sure that the data that you're feeding in is relevant to what the model is supposed to do. Okay, completeness. The dataset should have minimal missing values. Missing data can lead to biased models and incorrect predictions. So techniques like imputation can handle missing values, but it's best to start with the complete dataset if possible. Consistency. Data should be consistent in format and structure. Inconsistencies can cause errors during preprocessing and model training. So for example, ensure that the date formats are uniform across the dataset. For example, year, month, and day. I mean, this is something that we can't seem to figure out because consistency, I guess we're talking about this. Our example is date formats. So we've got something like year, 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 month, month, day, day versus month, month, day, day, year, 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 or something like day, day, month, month, year, 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 like this. it's, I mean, I wish we could all agree. There's an ISO standard for it, is there? Okay, Inkanu says, I tried to scan in my website source code with Claude, and they actually told me some critical results, exposed information in the source code. I told them that the info is public, and they said no private. Okay, month, day, year is only used by people that like errors in their data. I mean, most of the time when we talk, we use this format here. So I say, like, I don't know, April 22nd, 2026. When we talk, we usually use this format. But I mean, if you're speaking and you use this format, like today is 2026 April 22nd, you don't sound like a human. I mean, I guess this really, it might vary from language to language, but in English, when you're speaking about a date, you would never use this format. You would always use either this format or this format. So you would say something like the 22nd of April 2026, or April 22nd, never 2026. Just like in speaking, we adjust the pattern to how you say it, not how you write it. I mean, that's true when you're writing something down as opposed to speaking it. The format might be, the way of speaking is different from the way you write stuff down. Okay, so quality. So the data should be accurate and free from errors. Errors can arise from data collection, entry, or transmission issues. Data validation and verification processes can help ensure data quality. Representativeness. The dataset should be representative of the population its aims. The dataset should be representative of the population it aims to model. A biased or unrepresentative dataset can lead to biased models. So, for example, a facial recognition systems dataset should include a diverse range of faces from different ethnicities, ages, and genders. Balance. The dataset should be balanced, especially for classification tasks. Imbalanced datasets can lead to biased models that perform poorly on minority classes. Okay, so techniques like oversampling, undersampling, or generating synthetic data can help balance the dataset. So I guess what they're talking about is you want to give just enough data to the model, and not give too little data or too much data. Okay, let's see. SysOS says, for example, French does not have a name for 80, opting for a quick maths answer. I mean, that's true. French numbers can get kind of weird. Well, I mean, I've heard a lot of things about French numbers, and I've heard that they have created distinct words for the number 80, but the classic way of speaking French and like using the new vocabulary, I'm not too sure about that. Anyways, size. So the dataset should be large enough to capture the complexity of the problem. Small datasets may not provide enough information for the model to learn effectively. However, large datasets can also be computationally expensive and require more powerful hardware. The dataset. The provided dataset, demo.dataset.csv, is a CSV file containing network log entries. Each record describes a network event and includes details such as the source IP address, destination port protocol used, the volume of data transferred, and the associated threat level. Analyzing these entries allows one to simulate various network scenarios that are useful for developing and evaluating intrusion detection systems. Intrusion detection systems, IDS. Okay, dataset structure. So the dataset consists of multiple columns, each serving a specific purpose. So log ID, source IP, destination port, protocol, bytes transferred, threat level. Okay. So challenges and considerations. Before processing, it's essential to note potential difficulties. The dataset consists of a mix of numerical and categorical data. Missing values and invalid entries appear in some columns, requiring data cleaning. Certain numeric columns may contain non-numeric strings, which must be converted or removed. The threat level column indicates known values. For example, $-1. The threat level column includes unknown values. Okay, unknown values. That must be standardized or addressed during pre-processing. Acknowledging these challenges early allows the data to be properly cleaned and transformed, facilitating accurate and reliable analysis. Okay, loading the dataset. We first load it into a pandas data frame to begin working with the dataset. A pandas data frame is a flexible two-dimensional labeled data structure that supports a variety of operations for data exploration and preprocessing. Key advantages include labeled axes, heterogeneous data handling, and integration with other Python libraries. Utilizing a data frame simplifies subsequent tasks like inspection, cleaning, and coding, and data transformation. Okay, so do we have access to this file on the virtual machine? Okay, so let's try the Python code here. And we're going to replace our first cell. We're just going to make sure this works. Okay, and then we'll run the code. So I think it worked because it didn't give us an error message. Okay, in this code, pd.readcsv loads the downloaded CSV file into a data frame named data. From here, inspecting, manipulating, and preparing the dataset for further steps in the analysis pipeline becomes straightforward. Exploring the dataset. After loading the dataset, we employ various operations to understand its structure, identify anomalies, and determine the nature of cleaning or transformations needed. Viewing sample entries. We examine the first few rows to get a quick overview, and then which can help detect obvious issues like unexpected column names, incorrect data sets, data types, or irregular patterns. So display the first few rows of the dataset, print data.head. Okay, so let's give this a try. In the second cell here. Okay, so we've got log ID, source IP, destination port, protocol, bytes transferred, and threat level. And there's some non-standard entries for each of these. So there's string port here, but the rest of the stuff is just integers. That's going to be a problem. Bytes transferred, we've got negative and non-numeric in here as well, so we need to figure out what to do with these kind of entries. Okay, let's go back. Finally, some hands-on practical. Yes, thank you. Thank God. Okay, the command output the initial rows of the data frame, offering an immediate glimpse into the dataset's overall organization. Inspecting data structures and types. Understanding the data types and completeness of each column is essential. We can quickly review the dataset's information, including which columns have null values and total number of entries per column. Okay, so I think we will probably finish after we get to the end of this section, because we gotta get on to the last part. This will definitely help me convert my Wiggle CSVs. Can you remind me what Wiggle is? Okay, get a summary of column data types and non-null counts. So print data info. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so column, log ID, non-null count, 100 non-null. Data type is integer 64. So the only column that has like all integers is this column over here, log ID. I guess the IP addresses are all considered to be some sort of string, as well as the protocol. Bytes transferred is kind of surprising because I thought that the bytes transferred was expressed as purely as a number. Anyways, Wiggle is the process that we use in war driving. It's that huge public data set that we played with like a week ago. Oh, right. We were talking about the OSINT stuff. The moment I realized that bug counting is not hacking compared to this. I mean, hacking... There's a lot of like non-hacking stuff in cybersecurity, I guess you could say. Okay, check for missing values. Some missing values or anomalies must be handled to maintain the dataset's integrity. Next step is to identify how many missing values each column contains. So identify columns with missing values. So print data.isNull. So is null true or false, and then give a sum of null data. Okay. Let's give this a try. Hack all the things. Rakesh, what are the certs required for an AppSec engineer? An AppSec engineer. What are the certifications required for an AppSec engineer? Wait, are you... Hold on. I think you might be able to find something... Where was that roadmap thing? Let me get that just a second. So there's like a roadmap that we included over here, roadmap.sh. Developer roadmaps. You might want to take a look at this. Anyways, let's finish this off and then we can move on to the next thing. What was I doing? So 100 entries, 0 to 99, data, columns, total 6 columns. So we've got non-null count, 100 non-null, 100 non-null. I mean, it gives you the numbers, but I kind of wish it would give you like the percentage as well. Oh no, I didn't execute the code. Never mind. Okay, so log ID, source IP, destination point, protocol. So we're looking for null entries. So source IP has 1, destination port also has 1. Okay, this command returns the count of null values for each column, helping to prioritize which feature needs attention. Addressing these missing values may involve imputation, removal, or other cleaning strategies to ensure that the dataset remains reliable and valid for further analysis. Okay, so we'll probably need to come back to this at another time. So let's go ahead and start into our next topic for today. So once again, if you're interested in learning this topic yourself, this is the module over at Hack the Box Academy. Ian Cunningham says, what do you think I should learn more after I get some experience in web bugs? Should I move on to social engineering or binary? Sometimes I feel lost. I mean, I think what you should do is you should do like a sample of all different types of categories of cybersecurity to figure out what you like. Don't forget the clock. Also take a water break. Thank you very much, SOS Master. Okay, we should probably set our time to like 2 hours. And then we'll figure out what to do after. So like you said, so in Kanye you said that you get some experience in web bugs, you want to learn onto social engineering or binary. Sometimes you feel lost. I think what you want to do is you want to figure out which categories interest you and where your talents lie, and then focus in from there. So do a sampler of a bunch of different categories, like we've got over here on the guide, and try to figure out which ones interest you. Anyways, okay, let's move on to the next part of today's stream. Topic number 5, it's the last one. We're going to be doing this for a couple hours. So, what are we doing? We're doing HackMyVM.eu. This is a website where you can download vulnerable virtual machines and then deploy them on your network. We're going to be doing this machine over here. It's called Latestwasalie. Latestwasalie is created by my favorite CTF creator, Linux. And if you want to take a look at this yourself, here's the link. So a technically focused machine centered on the interaction between modern services, trust boundaries, and privilege escalation. So Latestwasalie, I mean, I'm guessing that latest is, I think it might be a reference to some sort of like, what is it called? Containers. Because usually when we talk about containers, it's like get the latest image or whatever. So we'll see. And it is curious to me why so many of these platforms are from Europe. Yeah, that's funny. It's funny that most of the CTF platforms that I interact with are European and not American. I mean, the only American platform that I regularly use on this channel is Pico CTF. And Pico CTF is based in America. But everything else is not. Yeah, I'm not really too sure why, though. Latest is a name, it's not always the latest. Latest is a name, not always the latest. Oh, you know, that might be it. That might be the caveat in this case. Anyways, I'm going to start up the virtual machine. So, in this challenge, you deploy the virtual machine to your network, and then you hack against it until you get super user access. So I'm going to start up the virtual machine, and then we'll start hacking. We'll hack until we get super user access, or until we run out of time, one or the other. So I'm starting up the virtual machine now. After it's started up, we can start our initial scans on it. So I don't think we need this stuff anymore. Platform access, we're not using Hack the Box anymore. And you know what? I'll turn this into my Nmap port scanning tab. And we'll put it over here. Okay, so we've identified the IP address of the machine because the virtual machine actually displays it on its title screen, which is nice. For Linux cybersecurity, doing CTF is good, or building projects are good, or what? I mean, it really depends on what your final goal is. CTF exercises are good depending on what your goal is. You said that you wanted to be a AppSec engineer. As an AppSec engineer, it might benefit you more to develop projects or maybe tools that you can show to prospective employers. Another thing that you could do is you could build a GitHub repository that has all of your CTF exercise solutions. So if you were to show your prospective employer, hey, I've got a GitHub repository with all of my CTF exercises that I've solved, and you've got like hundreds of different CTFs that you've solved, then it shows to the people that you're talking to that you've got experience dealing with different types of technologies, doing problem solving. Let's see. Are you making the machine IP internally? So this is a host-only network that I've got the machine on. So we can tell it's an internal IP address because we've got the 192.190.168. This is a pretty common prefix for internal IP addresses. And thank you very much for subscribing, Benny Kowalski and Aku War. Thank you very much. And Vincent L. Anderson. And Martine Matley. Whoa, everybody's subscribing all at once. And Punjabi FF and William Rainbird. And Sukhwinder Kaur. And Federico Ochoa. And Jazzcat. Whoa. Why are so many people subscribing all at once? Is this some sort of bot service? Jeez. I mean, if it's a bot service, I didn't order it. Subscribe all the things. But thank you for the subscriptions. I appreciate it. Okay, so run the Nmap scan. This will let you know what ports and services are available on this server. We got port 80, port 22, and port 5000. So none of these are unusual ports. I'm pretty sure like port 5000 is associated with Node.js. I use Rustscan much faster. I mean, Rustscan may or may not be faster. The thing is that Nmap's very nice. I hear that Rustscan is also integrated with Rustscan's Docker registry. What the heck? 5000 is non-standard. I thought 5000 was usually associated with the Node.js servers. But we've got, man, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people subscribing. It's just as common as port 3000, 4000, 8000. Oh, okay. But what are we looking at here? So we got 3 services. We got port 22, which is SSH, which is terminal login. Post allowed. I mean, post allowed is pretty normal. I don't see any unusual like supported methods here. We got port 80, which is your typical port for HTTP, so unencrypted web pages. And we got another unencrypted web page on port 5000. Docker registry. Docker registry with taste images. Test images, I assume you're trying to say. Okay, so how can we approach this? So the first thing we could do is we could... Well, first of all, probably want to move into my correct directory first. We can take a look at the web page on our web browser. So HTTP, this one. And we got default site, no application configured for this host. Tasty images. Oh, okay. I thought you meant test images. So the interesting thing here is that this actually redirects us to like a specific domain. So the specific domain that they're redirecting us to is latestwasalie.hmv. And anytime we're given like a domain on one of these exercises, we want to add this domain to our etc host file so that we can resolve this domain correctly. Just going to copy this, and I'm going to add this to, let's call this our regular text editor. And give ourselves a nice color, maybe like purple. So sudo nano etc hosts, and we're going to edit our host file so that we can resolve this thing. I don't think we're using these anymore. Okay, so latestwasalie.hmv, and we need to associate an IP address with this. So this was the IP address. Okay, so what this means, because we put it in our etc host directory, is that every time we refer to this domain, latestwasalie.hmv, it'll resolve to this IP address over here. Okay, what are essential programming languages for AppSec? Application security? I mean, it was my typo, you're not alone. No, everybody makes typos. But what languages do you recommend for AppSec? I mean, the web languages, essentially. So web languages are JavaScript. You've got your passing familiarity with HTML, CSS, and I guess focus on these first, and if you come across like other specialized environments, they might ask you for other programming languages, stuff like, I don't know, PHP, or what other languages are used for web stuff? Yeah, the ones used in the environment that you're securing. I suppose teaching yourself a modicum of SQL is also pretty important for learning about AppSec, because a lot of applications use SQL. Okay, so make sure that this is saved, and then we can resolve our domain correctly. So we'll reload this page. Ah, okay, so we have something completely different now. So because we added the domain, we're able to resolve this correctly, and we get the correct web page, or web content rather. LWAL platform. LWAL platform. That's weird. Okay, can you tell us maybe next time that your method to analyze JavaScript for issues? Analyze JavaScript for issues. Black box. I mean, analyzing JavaScript for issues. I mean, it's not. I mean, I'm not spending a lot of time looking heavily into JavaScript unless I'm looking at a specific script that the application is using. I think we did a walkthrough last week and on Friday. So if you want an example of doing a web application walkthrough, you might want to take a look at this stream over here that we did on Friday. It was called Live Online Store Hacking. We took a look at the Portswigger Juice Shop. You might want to take a look at the last 2 hours of that stream. Okay, what were we looking at? Latestwasalie. So build faster, operate smarter. We could platform release 1.0 enterprise infrastructure built for scale. So the other thing we could look at is we could take a look at the application on port 5000, because there was another HTTP service on port 5000. Of course, we don't get anything here. That's weird. Maybe it's not. Maybe this is the wrong domain. This is the wrong domain. Curl v this. This was okay. So Latestwasalie, we sent this to port 5000, and we just get a 200 OK, but with nothing in it. So we need to figure out what's actually going on here. Robvo, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Nice to see you. And so let's go back. We'll run the Nmap scan again, but a little bit slower this time. Port 5000. So scanning 3 services on Latestwasalie.hmv, and I think we've encountered like a Docker service before. I don't remember what the name of the box was. Let me look at my notes. So Docker registry API 2.0. Site doesn't have a title. Docker registry. Docker registry is a special application. Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen something like this before. A lot of APIs to harvest. So I think last time we looked up something like downloading Docker images from arbitrary server. Okay, downloading Docker images from an arbitrary server depends on whether you have the Docker engine installed on the source and destination machines. So Docker CLI server to server. Okay, so I guess the first thing we would want to do is we want to figure out what Docker images are being hosted. Comrade Soul, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So Docker save and Docker load. Docker save. So downloading without Docker and third-party tools. Okay, let me take a look at my notes. Docker save, and it's like Docker. Okay, I think there was also a guide on how to like hack Docker. Jackson America, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so this was on like hack tricks. There's like, I also think there's like a standard port for the Docker service, right? Let me look that up as well. Docker service standard port 8080. The standard port for a Docker service depends on whether you're referring to the Docker daemon, the engine itself, or the applications running inside the Docker containers. So the Docker daemon, the remote API, I think what I was thinking of was something like 2375 or 2376 or something. So something like this. The Docker registry, right? Docker registry. So Docker registry service standard port. So the standard ports for Docker registry. Okay, so port 5000 is like a standard port for Docker registry. Docker open source registry distribution. When running as a container, it is typically used for local development and encrypted HTTP communication. 5080 is for something else. Is there one best AI for cybersecurity, or do we need multiple? I mean, use whatever AI you prefer. I'd say. I'm not really an expert on AI integration with cybersecurity. I'd say whatever AI you're most comfortable using. Okay, so I think we might take a look at like port 5000. Let's see if we can find it in the list. Pen testing Docker registry. Okay, so we've got an entry over here. Basic information. So a storage and distribution system known as Docker registry is in place for Docker images that are named and come in multiple versions. distributed by tags. These images are organized within Docker repositories in the registry. Docker Hub serves as the default public registry for Docker. Okay. So download an image from an on-premise registry. On-premise. The following command is used. Docker pull something. The command fetches the foobar image version 2.1 from the on-premise registry at my registry, domain on port 9000. Conversely, to download the same image from Docker Hub, particularly if 2.1 is the latest version, the command simplifies to docker pull foobar, default port 5000. Discovering. The easiest way to discover this service running is to get it on the output of Nmap. However, note that it's an HTTP-based service, and it can be behind HTTP proxies, and Nmap won't detect it. Some fingerprints. If you accessed this and nothing is returned, if you accessed v2 and then empty brackets is returned. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think I remember now. So we accessed like v2 catalog, and then we got all of the names of the repositories. Okay, whenever I meet Shyhat, I use Perplexity much more. Which AI tools do you use? I mean, I just use like AI LLMs to answer questions. I don't have any special AI tools, unfortunately. Okay, so AI catalog. Let's see if this returns anything. So if it returns something, then we're in business. It's asking us to sign in. Okay, so we got password. Ooh, what is the default password for Docker repository? Or Docker registry? Docker registry default password? Or default credentials, I guess would be the better way to put it. Okay, the default behavior is no authentication. By default, the registry image allows anonymous access, push and pull, unless you explicitly configure a security layer. Default public registry. Okay, to add credentials to private registry, you can use htpassword to create a credential file. So, Wild Radio says organizing a proper fleet of agents into a director. I mean, a fleet of agents. I'm not quite there yet. Maybe we'll get there after a few months of study, huh? Okay, so username, password, like admin. No, or admin password. Or maybe docker. Unauthorized. So type registry, class something, name catalog. Action, unauthorized, authentication required. So... Okay, caught the slip. You're using Perplexity Pro and ChatGPT Plus, right? No point lying about those $20 subs. $20 subs? What are we talking about? I mean, yeah, I am using Perplexity Pro over here. I got this for free because somebody sent me like a fun coupon code, and I've got ChatGPT over here, yeah, and I pay for this because I've got a like really large projects that I keep track of. Special AI tools. I mean, if you consider ChatGPT and Perplexity, these chatbots, like, special tools, then yeah, I use these. I mean, I thought you were talking about like specialized tools that were more than, just like the LLM stuff. Anyways, where were we doing again? Maybe use Burp Suite in the Docker login. Burp Suite on the Docker login. Maybe. I mean, because we're dealing with web stuff, we might as well fire up Burp Suite. So, of course, Burp Suite is our favorite web app security testing tool because it's the one that all the professionals use. Let's get that port. And we'll feed this into the Burp Suite browser when we get the chance. Okay, we go to proxy open browser. Okay, you choose ChatGPT over Claude. May I know the reason behind it? No real reason. Okay, so this one, your connection to the site is not private. Test. Doesn't let you in. Gives you an error message. Okay, we send this request over here. Put it in the repeater. So this is what we send over. We try to get this page, and then they do unauthorized, because we can't really supply our credentials in here. Dan plays live. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So accept errors, code unauthorized. The other thing we could do is we could just go over to v2. Okay, so every time we try to access the v2 endpoint, it asks for authentication. Okay, so let's continue looking at this. So nothing is returned in this response. The empty dictionary is returned in this response. Actually, empty JSON, I guess, in this case. Docker registry may be configured to use HTTP or HTTPS. So catalog. Docker registry also may be configured to require authentication. Require authentication. So this is what we're encountering right now. Okay, if the Docker registry is requiring authentication, you can try to brute force it using this. This? And what is it? Is ChatGPT better than Claude for security, or is the Pro sub worth it? Is ChatGPT better than Claude for security? Use whatever you want. Claude. I hear that Claude is better at coding. So if you're learning coding or you're doing a lot of coding, then Claude is probably your better bet. Okay, so Docker registry has a list of words. Okay, we can try using Hydra over here to do it as well. Okay, we'll copy this. This is now. This was it was good that I was able to access the hacking Docker thing. Let's exit. We're dropping GPT. I mean, if that's what you want. GPT for all the obvious reasons. I mean, I haven't been keeping up with the AI drama. Is there some sort of drama around GPT? So let's see. Port 5000 HTTPS v2, and we just need to indicate the domain in this case. Actually, yeah, the domain. So let's see. Its latest was lie.hmv. Brutex word list simpleusers.txt. Simpleusers.txt. Do I have this this file on the system? Let me just locate it. Locate. No. Only the best drama. I mean, let us know. So user share Brutex. I mean, I don't know about, I've never heard of this word list before. Brutex word list. So simple HTTP simpleusers.txt at master. Was this some sort of advertisement for this? Okay. Simpleusers.txt. This is the one that we're, referenced. That was referenced in here. I mean, I can just copy this. Simpleusers.txt, huh? Okay, and we'll run the attack. Oh, okay. Let's specify the word list over here. File for passwords not found. So word list password.list. All right. Let's get that one too. Password.lst. And then we will run the attack. What happened here? All children were disabled due to too many connection errors. Too many connection errors. So Hydra, HTTPS get, HTTPS. Oh, maybe it shouldn't be. It should be HTTP get, because you know this is not HTTPS. So is this how you do like brute forcing against basic auth? So one target completed, 0 valid passwords found. So this is 2080 login tries. I'm pretty sure there's like oh, what is it called? Like a basic auth like brute forcer included with the forbidden platform. The forbidden platform being Metasploit. We'll give this a try. Okay, search. So basic auth. Basic authentication credential collector. HTTP basic. We're looking for something that is doing brute force login. Okay. This was something that was bothering me before as well. I was having trouble doing basic auth brute forcing, but I think I'll try looking for it in my notes. I think I came across it eventually. Okay, let me confirm this. So back in the guide it said, if the Docker registry is requiring authentication, you can try to brute force it using this. If you find any valid credentials, you need to use them to enumerate the registry. In curl, you could use it like this. Curl k u username password. Okay. Enumeration using Docker registry grabber. Dang, that's loud. Okay. So I just want to... So this is, let's see, Docker registry, Elasticsearch, FTP, HTTP generic root, HTTP basic auth. So I think we were using the correct syntax. Oh no, we were not using the correct syntax. No, this is Medusa though. Are we not supposed to use... So there's Medusa and there's Legba. Legba. I've never heard of Legba before. Let me know if you've heard of it before. So there's Medusa. KM Jesus says, what is the procedure or steps to do web bug bounty hunting or pen testing? Manually testing everything is overwhelming. There's so many things to do. What kind of tools can we use? I mean, I'm not a person who does a lot of automated testing. But KM Jesus, check out the... what is the procedure or steps to do web bug bounty or pen testing? And check out the education links over here. I mean, if you have most of the time the major tool that most professionals use is Burp Suite Professional. But of course, Burp Suite Professional is not really, what is the word? It's not something that everybody's got access to. But you can find it over here, over at portswigger.net. It's included, the community edition is included on all of the cybersecurity, what is it called? Distributions of Linux. Okay, so let's try using Medusa then. So Medusa, 10 threads, HTTP M, HTTP, capital M, small m, directory, path to auth. I mean, we want to do like v2. HTTP, passwords, IP address. So the IP address was Latestwasalie .hmv. Username is going to be, what do we call this thing again? Simpleusers.txt. Password is going to be password.list. They can't all be successes now, can they? 1 out of 52 complete. This gives me the feeling that I'm not doing this correctly. If I'm not mistaken, you can brute it with burp. You can brute it with burp. I mean, the problem with using Burp Suite to do brute force attacks is that you would use it using the intruder tool. But the problem with using the intruder tool when you're not using the professional version is that it's massively throttled. Set the account information at the bottom, no? At the bottom of which one? Latestwasalie, type registry, name catalog. The other thing we could do is we could do a bunch of other enumeration on this. Set the account found on the bottom, no? Medusa? Medusa came back as saying everything was valid, which is not what we want. Everything was a success. And if everything was a success, that means nothing was a success. Okay, so we can try fuzzing the regular web page over here with, I don't know, something like GoBuster. So we'll just run GoBuster on the domain. Okay, and we'll see what we get. We got index.php, export.php. That's funny. But Pancake V, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So index.php. So this page is index.php. Just to make sure. Man, this is a heavy page. Okay, so we're just going to take a look at the source code for this page, just in case there's something hiding in here. Last deployment on April 2026 by ADM. ADM, this is good. This is good information. This points at a potential username. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to add this to my users.txt. Okay, so we've got one potential user. So we can try, once we figure out how to actually do a proper brute forcing attack with basic auth, then we can try to brute force against this username ADM. So HTTP basic auth. Let's copy all this. So copy it all, and then let's break this down. Use HTTP get mode for HTTPS. Sure. Okay. So let's just copy the Hydra thing again. And you know what? We might as well throw RockU at this. Now that we've got a username. Oops. Okay, so this is going to go to the v2 endpoint. And this is HTTP get. The domain is going to be latestwasalie.hmv. So the password list, we're just going to throw RockU at it. So it's user share word lists rocku.txt. And the username, we've got a username, so we might as well use it, and it's ADM. What do you mean 16 valid passwords found? What do you mean 16 valid passwords found? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Let's check it out ourselves. Okay. So port 5000. And we do v2 ADM 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What else did we find? So everything came back valid. This is not the way it's supposed to be. One target successfully completed, 16 passwords found. So what was the specific endpoint we wanted to access? The specific endpoint we want to access is the catalog, underscore catalog. Okay, and everything comes back valid. This is no good. Oh no, this is the wrong port. Okay, never mind. No wonder it wasn't working. We didn't specify the correct port. Okay, so whoa, we tried a lot of login tries. So could not resolve. Port 5000. $80? Why does it say 80 here? Hold on. Oh, okay. Hold on. So you need to brute force it using this. So it's Docker registry here. So -S 5000. Okay. We'll get rid of this part. So now this should work. HTTPS get v2 catalog blah blah blah. All right. Found it. Okay, lover1. Lover1 is the password. Okay, so we'll go back and we will submit lover1. Okay, and we get, so that's the v2 endpoint. We want the underscore catalog one. What? Wait, what was the endpoint supposed to be? So it should be v2 underscore catalog. Okay, let me just make sure. Is catalog spelled correct? If you don't spell stuff correctly, then you don't get to hack. Okay, we found one. Latestwasalie -web. Latestwasalie -web, and we've got this repository. Yeah, that was a typo. Anyways, if you're on Twitch, you can spam this emote as well. So it's the shy 31 typo. And that'll that's our fun little frog emote that's typing the wrong thing. So latestwasalie-web. So we need to download this repository. So how do we do that? Enumeration using Docker Registry Grabber. Docker Registry Grabber is a Python tool to enumerate dump Docker registries with or without basic authentication. So I mean, I don't think we need to do this. We just need to download the thing. Enumeration using curl. Once you have obtained access to the Docker registry, here are some commands you can use to enumerate it. List repositories. So get the tags of the repository. Oh, get the tags of the repository. Okay, so let's do this manually first. So latestwasalie web. So v2 and then the name of the repository is tag and then list. .404 page not found. So is it tags with the... Okay. So name latestwasalie.web or latestwasalie-web latest. Latest was a lie. I mean, we're being told that latest is a lie, so we got these tags. So name Ubuntu tags. So we've got these different versions. Get manifests. Get manifests. History. Signatures. Download one of the previously listed blobs. Inspect the insides of each blob. Okay, note that when you download and decompress the blob files and folders, they will appear in the current directory. If you download all the blobs and decompress them in the same folder, they will overwrite values from the previously decompressed blobs, so be careful. Enumeration using Docker. Once you know which images the server is saving, Docker pull. Check the commands used to create the layers, okay, using Docker history. Okay, so, well, I mean, it's a basic Docker pull command here. Let's, so how do you do this if there's basic auth, if you have to supply authentication? We'll make a directory for this called I love amorphous blobs. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? So make dir latestwasalie. So yeah, the last time we came across Docker, it was on a challenge called Dolly. But we're not dealing with Dolly anymore, we're dealing with something else. This is on port 5000. It's called latest was lie-web. Permission denied. Permission, okay, we need to run all our Docker commands as sudo. Okay, so error response from daemon, HTTPS. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I can't. We have to do something special because it's HTTP. Hold on, let me look up my notes from the previous lab. So that one was Dolly. Okay, I think I did this one. I think I did this one on, I did the write-up for this online. And I'm pretty sure was this a Volnix one? Or was this a HackMyVM one? No. Okay. Linux. Was it medium or was it easy? Dull. Here we go. Okay, so the server is not HTTPS, so we have to edit a Docker config file to accept the server as an insecure one. Add the following to the etc docker daemon.json file. Insecure registries, and then we can add our IP address. Okay, so let's go ahead and edit that file. Okay, we need to edit this as root. Okay, we've got our insecure registries here. The thing we're accessing is on port 5000, and this is the IP address here. So we'll just save it out, and we'll try to download the thing again. Where were we doing this? We're doing this from the fuzzing one. Okay, let's rename the fuzzing tab over to our Docker tab. Docker. Oh, no. Okay. It has to be on the v2. It has to be on the v2 directory. Or does it? So docker pull / something latest. Latest was a lie -web :latest. Server gave HTTP response to HTTPS client. Oh no, I think we need to restart our Docker, right? We need to restart the daemon and restart Docker. So systemctl daemon reload, systemctl restart Docker. Okay, let's do that. And then, what's the second command? Systemctl restart Docker. Okay. How's the volume of the music? Is it too soft or is it too loud? I think it's too soft right now. Can somebody let us know in chat? Okay, no basic auth credentials. So how do we supply basic auth credentials with our Docker command? Let me look that up really fast. It's a tad quiet. Okay. Okay, let me know how the volume is now. Bro, which lab is this? Yeah, this is, latest was a lie. It's over where? HackMyVM dot. Okay, over here. Let me get you a link. If you want to do the same lab, this is the link right here. You'll need an account over at hackmyvm.eu. Actually, maybe you don't need an account at hackmyvm.eu. I think you can access hackmyvm.eu anonymously. Let me see if I can get you like a proper link. Yeah, so anonymous over here, and then so here's the link if you want to access it anonymously. And thank you very much for following on Twitch, Tycho13. Thank you. Much appreciated. What were you doing? Oh, we're trying to figure out how to do Docker with Docker command with basic auth. To use basic authentication with Docker, you primarily use the Docker login command. Docker login, register URL. So, automated login, non-interactive. So Docker login, username, password. Using standard input. Okay. Okay, I guess we can do Docker login then. So it's Docker login to this URL. User ADM, password. Hold on. Was the password lover1 or lovers1? I had to double check. Okay, we'll try this in another private window so that'll make me try to log in again. Okay, it's lover1. Okay, error logging to the endpoint. Try the next text point. Error get v2. Server gave HTTP response to HTTPS client. Server gave... Oh. Didn't I... So Docker login. Do we need to do something special if the Docker daemon is using HTTP versus HTTPS? Okay, let's look this up. So Docker login with HTTP. Can I make Docker use HTTP and not HTTPS? To perform a Docker login over HTTP over the default HTTPS, you must explicitly configure the Docker daemon to treat specific registries insecure. Docker blocks unencrypted connections by default for security. Didn't we do this already? So systemctl restart Docker. I thought we did this already. Yeah, we did both of these. So Docker daemon reload, and then Docker restart Docker. Then we log in to here. Yeah, it's still giving us some... Okay, so my next question would be, can we give over the basic auth credentials with our command? Okay, let's try asking our good friend Perplexity. Okay, we want to access a Docker registry. And pull a repository. But we need to supply basic authentication. to do so. Can we pass in the credentials with our docker pull command? Okay, you cannot directly pass basic authentication credentials as flags in the docker pull command itself for security reasons. Instead, use docker login first to authenticate, which stores the credentials securely in your local docker config, typically here, and then run docker pull. Okay, authentication steps. Run docker login. Enter your username and password when prompted. Docker will handle the auth for subsequent pulls from the registry. Okay, for non-interactive use, pipe the password in via standard in. This applies to private registries like Docker Hub. The no basic auth credentials error usually means the credentials aren't stored or accessible. Okay, and alright, well I guess we can give it this and see what it makes of the error. The Docker registry is running over plain HTTP port 5000 default, but Docker clients default to HTTPS, causing this error. Server gave HTTP response to HTTPS client error. Configure Docker registry. Add the registry to the Docker Sync secure registries in etc. docker daemon.json. Create if missing. So I mean, we've added this already. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's here. Insecure registries, this one. Oh, you know what? Maybe it isn't registering because I did Latestwasalie instead. Hold on. No. We use the exact IP address. So that's not it. Restart Docker. Restart sudo systemctl, restart Docker. So we've done this already. We've done it a couple times. Then retry. Verification. So Docker info. This is standard for local private HTTP registries without TLS for protection. Okay. Well, we'll try it one more time. Let's just double check that this is the correct entry. Insecure registries 192.168.212.3.8. What is the IP address? 192.168.212.3.8. Okay. So that's correct. So Docker login, ADM, server gave HTTP response to HTTPS client. Let's restart the thing again. So the commands that they're recommending are sudo systemctl restart Docker, sudo systemctl restart Docker. Let's run it one more time. So daemon reload. And the other command was systemctl restart Docker, which we just did. We run this, username ADM, password, still giving us errors. Okay, verification. Run Docker info grep insecure to confirm that the entry is listed. Okay. What? Oh, we have to run all of our Docker commands as sudo. Oh, there are no insecure registries here. Hold on. No, there are. Okay. Strogom. Hello. Bro, run unrestricted LM model in ML Studio and possibly find the many answers. Unrestricted LM model in LM Studio? ML Studio. I don't think I've heard of that one before. Okay, so our insecure registries. I mean, insecure registries, it's here. Oh, you know what? Okay. I didn't run this as sudo. I'm adding myself to the Docker group right now. I'm adding myself to the Docker group so I don't have to deal with this stuff. What does Docker context show return? Docker context. No, I think we've resolved it now. But thank you very much. 6364. Thank you. Okay. So let me just look up the command to add myself to the Docker group. Linux add user to group command. This is not a command I use on a regular basis. Add user to a secondary group. Sudo user mod ag group name username. Okay. -a-g. What do they say about troubleshooting? Well, you need to. I'm adding myself right now. So I'm adding myself to the Docker group, and I'm using the shy hat. Why am I not part of the Docker group here? It's Dexter. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay. Did I use this Occam's razor or something along those lines? How do we list our groups? Okay, list all groups, get ent group, cat etc group. Directly displays the local group configuration file. Each line shows the group name, GID, and the comma-separated list of members. You know, strangely enough, this isn't something I do very often on Linux. Okay. So Docker. So I should be part of the Docker group here. But it doesn't list me as part of the... Well, okay. Let's look at the etc password. Where am I? Oh no, it wouldn't show in here, huh? Yeah, I mean, it should show in when I do ID, though. Occam's razor or something along those lines. Okay, but anyways, we managed to successfully log into Docker, right? So we theoretically shouldn't have to run sudo with Docker every time. So let's see, Docker pull. Permission it now. Okay, we still are not part of the group. All right. We're finally doing something. We're pulling the container. So we've got the, what does it say? Status downloaded newer image. What do you mean downloaded newer image? This is supposed to be the latest one. Maybe maybe the name of this is, jeez. Status downloaded newer image for this. Okay. Latest. So let's do Docker history on this then. So they recommended using Docker history over here. Docker history. I mean, it's essentially the same command we did over here, but we're not pulling the container. Docker history options image. Show the history of an image. Requires one argument. Oh. Docker history is not pull. Okay, so Docker history on this thing. Expose 8080 TCP. Expose PHP off. So I'm looking for credentials in here. So there might be some sort of credentials, or some other like important detail. Environment GPG keys. Can we do something with this? Okay, so this is one image, but the original image, it says it's missing. So what do we need to... So the name of this this exercise is called Latestwasalie. So I'm assuming that latest is a lie, and that there's another version of the VM. So a technically focused machine centered on the interaction between modern services, trust boundaries, and privilege escalation. So what do we do if we want to expose what's going on in this Docker image? Check the commands used to create the layers. Okay, backdoor SSH server image. The other thing we could do is we could list repositories, get the tags for the repository, name. I think we did that over here. So for this one, Latestwasalie web, we've got latest. So there's only one tag. Get manifests. So what exactly is... I'm not super familiar with Docker. I'm not too sure what a manifest is instead of Docker. But what are we doing here? Okay, so manifest/latest. Let's check it out. Okay, and manifest unknown, huh? OCI index found, but accept header does not support OCI indexes. Or, Can we navigate this? So this is a 404 not found. This is another 404 not found. The catalog shows just one repository, Latestwasalie web. Maybe we could try using the enumeration tool. So enumeration using Docker registry grabber. It's a Python tool used to enumerate dump Docker registries with or without basic authentication. Okay, so where is the tool? So the tool is over on GitHub. So git clone this thing, and then Okay, let's try using this tool because we might use it in the future, so we might as well get familiar with it now. We will copy this thing over and then make a clone directory of this thing. Let's call this tab what git grabber was it? Docker registry grabber. Docker registry grabber. Okay, and we'll give us a fun color. How about red? And we'll git clone it. Okay, so we got requirements.txt. What kind of weird modules is it looking for? argparse, requests, rich, and urllib3. Are these standard? We should probably create like a Python virtual environment to run this tool. So let's go ahead and do that, just in case there's something weird. Okay, so what is that? What are those commands? So it's Python virtual environment, venv myenv, and then virtual environment. Do your virtual machines eventually stop loading? Eventually stop loading? I mean, I've never encountered that problem before. But Cypher, is this something that you've had happen to you? Okay, so we got this thing activated now. So we can just pip install anything we want to. So the requirements we've got here are argparse, rich, and urllib3. I mean, I'm pretty sure this stuff is already installed. I'm not too sure about rich. Okay, that wasn't installed. We can also do urllib3. Okay, so Cypher says after a while they just stop reaching login and hang on a black screen. Have you tried restoring the virtual machines back to a previous snapshot? Okay, so let's run the tool. So the tool is pip install requirements. Oh, well, I mean, that's probably the easier way to do it. Okay. So drg.py, port username password. What are we doing with this? List dump all dump docker name. Without authentication, listing available images. Okay, so I mean we are using authentication in the. Oh, I copied too much. Okay, let's grab that thing. So we just want this. Okay, so it's Python. It's drg.py, and then we're not doing -h. We're doing port 5000 with username ADM and password lover1. So a header dump all dump docker name URL. So the URL that we know the URL. It's Latestwasalie. .hmv. So dump docker name, dump all. We can try, maybe we can try dump all. Aerofic, hey, what's up? Good night, says Aerofic. No worries, no worries. Thank you very much for coming by, and thanks for the subscription. I much appreciate that. So list, dump all, header. Maybe list is what we want to do right now. drg.py not found. Didn't know what happened, but something screwed up. No connection adapters were found for catalog. Latestwasalie HMV 5000 catalog. So I guess we need to change this to the IP address. Oh, it's 4 a.m. Okay. So no connection adapters were found for this v2 catalog. Huh. Wonder why this doesn't work. Okay, so this is, so it's list my Ubuntu dump all. Oh, we need to specify the scheme. So let's, so this is HTTP. Ah, okay, now it works. It's not like time is a universal constant. I mean, if it's 4 a.m. And you need to get to sleep, please get some sleep, Aerofec. Thank you. Flat circle like a donut? Okay, so we managed to get the repositories. And so dump all. So I mean, what do they mean by dump? What do they mean by dump and dump all? Dump an image, dump images. Dump an image, dump images. I mean, we can probably just use dump all here. Get all the layers? Maybe. Okay, so it's not... What was the command again? Dash dash... Oh, it's an underscore. Okay, no... Client error not found for URL. Latest manifest latest. Latest was a lie. Manifest latest. So no, not found. So we couldn't find an image manifest. So I mean, we did this manually, and we weren't able to find anything. Maybe we can just dump one. Latest was lie-web. Yeah, it gives us the same error. So no manifest. I mean, it worked earlier to get them to list out the repositories. So we found one here. Okay, so what else do we need to do? Listing available images. Okay, dump an image. Dump images. Dump all the images. I guess this is the dump all. With authorization bearer token. Okay, so I mean, we were able to pull the thing successfully. So the image number. You know, I'm kind of interested why this is missing. Let's try asking our good friend the bot. Why is there a missing image ID? Okay, the missing entries in the Docker history indicate intermediate layers without locally stored image IDs, common for pulled images and build kit build ones. Docker pulls only the final image layers from the registry, omitting intermediate build time parents images to save space. Okay, so this one is your local final image. Optimizes without creating sidecar images. Okay, inspect layers. Use Docker image inspect for layer digests, or Docker history for full commands without truncation. So Docker history, no trunk, no trunk. For full commands without truncation. Okay, let's try this. So it's the same command we were using before, but we're just gonna add this. Okay, so, well, we should probably record this in like a file. Okay, so this is... Actually, you know what? Maybe we can just cat it. And then remove all the white space. So tr white space with nothing. When not truncated in set 1, string 2 must be non-empty. Oh, okay, how about we just delete the spaces then? Okay, so delete the spaces, what do we got? Oh, this is hard to look at. So I guess what we're looking for one more time is we're trying to look for credentials or usernames or some other interesting pieces of information. This is making my eyes hurt. So architecture AMD64 out Trixie? Trixie? What the heck is this command? Okay, so why don't I just copy all this. We'll feed this to the AI, maybe it can make some head or tails out of it. Man, some of these commands are really long. AI tokens? Did they mention AI tokens in the history there? Okay. So we'll just ask a fun question like, is there anything... Oh, you know what? I won't ask ChatGPT because ChatGPT is really Boy Scout about CTF stuff. Okay, I am doing CTF with Docker. Is there anything interesting from a security point of view? Feeding it to the AI to burn tokens. In this history of the image, paste as text. Text is 152% over the limit and is attached to a file. Okay, sure. Hanky Lodwig, hello, Mr. Hat. I miss a lot. Yeah, Hanky, you haven't been in here in a while, but nothing here. Hello, nice to see you. Okay, the Docker image history reveals several security misconfigurations typical for a CTF challenge, including disabled protections in writable directories, exploitable for web shell uploads or privilege escalation, PHP hardening disabled, explicitly removes common dangerous functions allowing code execution if vulnerable code exists, exposed upload paths to temp PHP, okay, and app structure. Apache serves dual sites, 000 default conf, and latestwasalie.conf. On port 8080, copying site to var www latestwasalie, likely the target app, and default elsewhere. based on Apache, let's see, runs as non-root user www data, but temporary directories. So 000 default. Is this the name of another website that's being hosted on the same host? So would it be like 000 default.hmv? Okay, so let's see. X2 says, I told John Hammond in his live stream that Shyhat wants to do a dance competition with you and he said he'd lose. Thanks for shouting me out on... It's the default vhost config, so probably not. Oh, 000 default? But yeah, thanks for the shout out, Yuta. I don't know if John Hammond knows who I am, though. So extensions like sodium inspect var www Latestwasalie for up vulns, file upload or command injection. So file upload, command injection. I think we did like a fuzzing attack over here, right? Where was our fuzzing attack? Okay, so we finished up over here. Connection refused. Oh, does it just eventually stop accepting? Connection reset by peer, connection refused. Connection reset by peer, connection refused. Okay, so I wonder why our directory busting didn't go as planned here. Okay, so we'll just leave this running again. Okay, now we're at and what we got. So this is Latestwasalie. It's a Docker-based. It's a challenge where we need to enumerate a Docker registry, and we found a few different vulnerabilities. We were able to download the Docker image after brute forcing the basic off. The machine, you can find it over here. And we're currently trying to figure out if we can get something interesting from the Docker image that we just downloaded. Connection refused. Okay, so after a while, it just... Export.php. Export.php. Huh. So this is a status 500. It's not normal. Okay, so we're here. Could not initialize export lock. Could not initialize export lock. I wonder what kind of export.php could not initialize export lock. What would this be taking in? So let's just focus on PHP extensions. And let's see if we can do GoBuster slower. So I tried the post request for the export. Okay, let's grab this and put it in the Burp Suite browser. We'll send this to the repeater. We'll so the normal response is 500 internal server error could not initialize export lock. Okay, and then we'll try sending this as a post request. Change request method, send. Gives the same error message, could not initialize export lock. So the other thing I want to do is I want to try using GoBuster a bit slower. Speed. or GoBuster goes slow. Okay, let's see. GoBuster speed. If this can slow down the enumeration process. Delay option, control scan speed with threads in GoBuster. I think this is what we're looking for. So the default is to do a thread count of 10. So we can go slower. Maybe we can do another thread. What is the... So T50 or T whatever number it is. T5? So we got 5 threads. So let's see if it eventually just locks out our requests. So index.php, export.php. What kind of application is it supposed to be on the regular web port? So it's a PHP app. This is LWAL platform, enterprise infrastructure built for scale. Explore services, company overview. So services, overview. Are there any links? So we were able to get like a username from this web page earlier. So latest deployment on April 6, 2026 by ADM. So this is where we got the username that we were able to brute force. Are there any other links? So we got Orbit. We got overview services, but these are just fragments. And it looks like there's nothing else super important on this page. Okay, we do get connection refused. Oh, okay. So eventually it just goes connection refused on everything. What was that? Yeah, okay. So super long stuff, connection refused. Connection reset by peer. So I need to... So there might be some sort of web application firewall in place. Server status 403. Let's go super slow. So we'll just do one thread at a time. And see if it eventually starts erroring out on us. Because I'm not too sure. We might have to do some sort of file upload attack. The other thing that we need to pay attention to is the fact that it said that latest was a lie. Okay, so we're doing a CTF. Maybe you just need to increase the timeout time. We have CTF and we are trying to enumerate a Docker repo from the Docker registry. There is only one version available, latest. But the name of the challenge is called Latest Was a Lie. Could the latest version of the image not be the latest, but just named literally latest. Okay, you can manually download any layer and check them for interesting artifacts. Interesting. Hey, ChatGPT, you're not supposed to show us your stack trace. What the heck? ChatGPT, you're not epic fail. You're not supposed to be doing this, ChatGPT. Screenshot that? Oh no, I don't think I can. Well, you know what? No. I could probably screenshot it from my live stream. Screenshot that and save the page. Okay, so this is the actual answer. What is that? That was ChatGPT pooping the bed. Yes, it's very likely what the challenge is hinting at, and Docker latest is just a tag, not a guarantee of being the newest image. So key concept, latest is not special. Latest is just a string label, it does not automatically point to the newest image. It only points to whatever image was last pushed with that tag. So a developer or CTF author can do things like tag an old image as latest, hide newer, more interesting images under different tags, remove the tags but leave the image layers accessible, okay? So the title, Latest Was a Lie, strongly suggests that latest tag is misleading. The real flag is probably in another tag, hidden and unlisted, a previous version, or even an untagged image or layer. So enumerate tags manually, even if only latest is shown. Try tag list. Okay. So v2 repo /tag /list. Also try guessing. Well, I mean, we determined that there's only one, right? AI is trying to become self-aware and failing or something. I don't know. Okay, let's... So 5000 v2, we're looking for tags and latest. So the tag list is here. There's only one tag, which is latest. Okay, also try guessing. v1, v2, dev, test, prod, old, backup flag. Pull the manifest directly. So manifest latest. Manifest latest. Look for layer digest image history clues. I mean, we tried this, but this doesn't resolve to anything. So if we go back here and we try doing the manifest, we see OCI index found, but except header, manifest unknown. So I actually wonder what this error is all about. Because I've never, well, you know, I'm not too experienced with Docker. Enumerate the blobs, the layers. Once you get a digest, check the image history. So pull it, if you can pull it, look for deleted files still recoverable in layers, add commands like add to flag.txt. Even if tags are hidden, digest may still work. Digests may still work. So repo digest. Yeah, that is a weird error. In Docker tags lie, digest don't. If something feels off, switch from tag-based thinking latest to digest layer-based enumeration. Okay. The manifest. Wow, thank you very much for resubbing Nick CCS, for resubbing 10 months in a row. Cat Jam. Thank you, Nick CCS. Okay, so we got a weird error from looking at the manifest. Okay, so Nick CCS, hello, nice to see you, and let's give you a special redeem. How about some Devil's Bedroom?
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Maybe you can use the Docker registry grabber tool. Yeah, we tried doing that, but we got the same kind of error that we got an error when we tried to use the tool. So what the error means: manifest unknown OCI index found, but accept header does not support OCI indexes. The register does have a manifest, but it's an OCI index, multi-arch manifest list, and your request didn't ask for that format. So key concept here is OCI index. Instead of a single image, you're dealing with a manifest index. Okay, so Linux/AMD64 image. Each one of these entries has its own digest. So the latest tag points to an OCI index. One of the platform-specific images might be hidden, might contain the flag, might differ significantly. The flag is often in a non-default architecture image, for example, ARM64. Fix your request. This is the important part. You need to specify the correct accept header. So application, accept application VND OCI image, index v1 JSON. What you'll get back, it should be something like this. Okay, so let's give this a try. So we'll just we'll use curl because it's suggesting to us to use curl. And where's my... Let's call this our curl command tab. Why not? Okay, so this thing, easy enough to try, yeah, and then we can grab the... We can grab this thing, copy paste, put it in verbose mode. Oh, well, yeah, we get the unauthorized message here. Okay, so we need to send the basic auth here. So user ADM lover 1. Okay, so we actually get something now. Yeah, okay, so what do we get? What do we got? So Schema version 2, let's see. So MD64 OS Linux size. We got a smaller one over here as well. So architecture unknown, OS unknown. So how do we follow this? So architecture AMD64 OS Linux. We actually saw something pull using that digest. So where is the digest name? So do we pull using this value here? Okay, I mean, I haven't done this before. Let's do docker pull using digest. To pull a Docker image using a digest instead of a tag, use the @ symbol followed by the immutable SHA-256 hash in the Docker image pull command. So it is docker pull at SHA-256 something something. Okay, let's give it a try. So docker pull again. So the docker pull is here. Latest was a lie. Not latest. Docker was a lie at SHA-256. Is it like this? Or do I put another colon here? I'm not too sure. But the... So the SHA-256 hash is this. Unsupported media type, application something something. Huh. Unsupported media type. Unsupported media type. Application VND in toto plus JSON. Am I doing this in the correct format? So for example, pull this at SHA-256. Yeah, I think my syntax looks correct. I wonder what ChatGPT would make of this. Okay, so we tried pulling from a digest instead of a tag, but we got an error. Yeah, the time is up. Well, I mean, I'm actually very interested in learning a little bit more about this. I'll give myself an extra 15 minutes. And I'll see if I'm actually able to make any progress in 15 minutes. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I don't think I'm going to be able to root the machine in 15 minutes, but if I could figure out what's going on with this, with the image, then I'll call it a W. Okay, 15 minutes. Okay, I'm checking what media type usually means in OCI Docker terms, then I'll map it back to likely CTF implications and practical next steps. So the error strongly suggests that the digest you pulled is not the image payload itself, but an attestation / provenance artifact attached to the image. So this is associated with in toto attestations, which are supply chain metadata rather than normal file system layer Docker can run as an image. That's why Docker pull is complaining about the unsupported media type instead of giving you a usable container. So the real takeaway is the digest is probably real, but it likely identifies a refer / attestation object, not the actual platform image manifest you want to inspect or pull. So this means in CTF terms that the repo may contain an OCI index for latest. That index may point to one or more platform manifests. Separately, there may be attached artifacts like provenance or signatures. You accidentally tried to pull one of those attached artifacts instead of the runnable image. The next step is to pivot back to the manifest data and separate the object types. Under the OCI index except header on latest. Okay, and then for each entry under manifests, inspect the... How do you keep this state flow and of focus in 6 hours? It's impressive. Well, I mean, this is what I've been doing for a while. I'm probably not as focused as I was at the beginning of the stream, because I have been streaming for quite a while. So for each entry under manifests, inspect the digest as an image manifest. Image manifest. What you want to find is a manifest that looks like a normal image, meaning it has things like config media type and layers. What you do not want for a normal pull is the manifest or blob, whose media type is application VND in toto.json. This is a metadata object, not a container root FS. Okay. So if you want to keep enumerating manually, inspect the raw manifest JSON before pulling anything. So curl manifest digest JQ to check whether the config layers look like a normal image. If they do, fetch the blobs directly. If the challenge author is being tricky, the attestation itself may even leak useful clues such as build paths, resource. Okay. Let's take a look at what else we found from the curl command. So media type, digest, architecture unknown, OS unknown. So this is an attestation manifest. This other one is architecture AMD 64 OS Linux. So this is a normal one. This is the normal Docker image. And this is something else. So annotations. So the digest is here. This is an attestation manifest. So the architecture is unknown and the OS is unknown. So how do we pull this information using Docker? Okay, so so this is an attestation manifest, but how do we retrieve this data? Because I really want to retrieve this data. I've got enough context now to explain how to pull the attestation itself instead of trying to run it. The key is to treat the digest as a manifest, then follow its config/layer blob digests. So the JSON, that JSON is the descriptor for the attestation manifest, not the attestation body itself. The clues are this and platform unknown. This points back to the runnable image manifest that the attestation is about. Docker documentation. Docker documents this exact pattern for attached attestations. To retrieve the data, you do it in 2 hops. Fetch the attestation manifest JSON by its digest. Read the blob digests under the layers inside that manifest. Docker's attestation storage format says the attestation manifest is a normal OCI image manifest, and each layers entry contains 1 attestation blob. For in-toto attestations, the layer media type is application VND in toto.json. So try this first. So this should return a manifest shaped roughly like this. So what do they want us to do? So run curl web manifests. So pull this thing and then pipe it into JQ. I think I've got JQ installed on the system. So curl command. We're attaching this to manifests, SHA-256. Okay, so manifest unknown. Manifest unknown. Hold on. Are you a security engineer, or do you just love this? I mean, I wouldn't call myself a security engineer. I've worked as a security tester before. And the reason why I'm doing this is because, well, I just want to... I enjoy learning about new technologies. It's a lot of fun, and yeah, that's about it. So manifests... Okay, so if we do this in not verbose mode, manifest unknown, code manifest unknown, OCI manifest found, but accept header does not support OCI manifests. Accept header does not support OCI manifests. So ChatGPT said, okay, I forgot to do this. So this is a new, we're going to accept application VND OCI image manifests. Okay, so let's copy that and paste it on over. Okay, so we did get something. What is this? slsa.dev provenance v1. What? This is a real website, or at least I think it's a real website. I don't know. Everybody, you can check this out if you want. I don't know what the heck this is. Please don't download a virus to my machine. Provenance. Okay, so what is this? To trace software back to the source and define the using parts of this complex supply chain, provenance needs to be there from the very beginning. What is this? Try other versions. Lane, by the way, what is up? Are you calling me a script kiddie? I don't know what you're talking about. We're just trying to learn about Docker over here. Version 1.2 is the current version. See the version 1.2 documentation. So intoto.io predicate type. So we got another... So there's an annotation here. Schema version 2. Let's see. So we got another digest here. So this is application VND OCI image manifest. So we're looking at this digest, and this digest leads us to more... Well, let's see if we can get educated more by our good friend ChatGPT. Okay, I can tell you exactly which blob to fetch next. So if you paste the output of this, I can tell you which blob to fetch next and which fields are worth mining. Okay, so here's the output. I confirmed what the manifest layout means in the OCI Docker docs. Now I've mapped the exact digest into your next fetch commands, and which fields are most likely to be useful. Okay, you have everything you need to fetch the attestation itself in Docker's attestation format. The config object in the attestation manifest is only there for compatibility and should be ignored. So the real attestation content is stored in the manifest layers. And for this case, the layer media type application vnd intoto JSON means that the blob is an intoto attestation statement. So let's see, we've got our manifest digest here and our blob digest here. Target image manifest digest that this attestation refers to this, okay, from the earlier descriptor annotation. Docker documents that this is a digest of the image indexed object that the attestation refers to, and that the attestation manifests are marked with unknown plus attestation manifest to show runtimes from treating them as runnable images. Fetch the actual attestation JSON like this. Okay, so we're grabbing a blob. So Latestwasalie blob here, and then pipe into JQ. That should return a full intoto statement with fields like type, subject, predicate type, and predicate. The intoto statement schema defines those as core fields with subject identifying the artifacts as the attestation applies to, and predicate type telling you what kind of attestation this is. Because your layer annotation says this, the blob is specifically an SLSA provenance attestation, which means that interesting data will probably be under predicate. Okay, let's just try running this thing. I mean, I guess we can paste the entire thing. This is, I mean, I'm running out of time, but I really want to continue exploring this because it seems like we're getting a lot closer to the actual answer. Okay, so predicate type, subject name, digest, SHA-256. Okay, and then invocation ID started on, finish on. Okay, because this is an SLSA provenance attestation, I mean, I'm not even too sure what attestations actually are. I should probably figure that out after, well, do a bit of research. I'm not gonna finish this machine tonight. It'd be interesting to come back to this machine, because it feels like there's a lot to learn here. So then also pull the image manifest that the attestation points to. Is this an HackMyVM box? Yeah, it's a HackMyVM box. I can get to the link over here. This, I mean, this challenge was created by my favorite CTF creator, which is Lenum. Everything that all the CTF challenges he does are usually pretty interesting. They're usually very, very interesting stuff. Okay, but I gotta go. It's almost 9 o'clock. We'll come back to this afterwards, and I'll tell you all about what I found in the meantime. So let's go ahead and see if we can find somebody to raid. So let's see, infosecstreams.com. Okay, we got Romans, we got BlazeBits. Yeah, maybe we could go over to BlazeBits. He's a regular person we raid into, and he's usually talking about cybersecurity news. Let's see what he's up to. What is he up to? We got some Hack the Planet, cybersecurity news and Q&A. Okay. All right, so before we go, I guess I can tell you all about what we're doing next week. Thanks for this live. I've learned some good stuff. Well, I mean, if you have any other questions, we have a Reddit and we've got a Discord. Come on by, ask your questions. Happy to answer. So there's one more stream we're doing this week on Friday. We're going to be doing some coding, some Python coding. We're going to be learning more about SQL injection. We're going to be taking a look at some IDOR labs, and we're going to be taking a look at a Hack Smarter challenge called Exception. So please look forward to that. And let's go ahead and raid into our good friend BlazeBits. Okay, when you arrive on BlazeBits' channel, can you teach me, bro? Come on by on Friday. Okay, so when you arrive on BlazeBits' channel, if you could give this message, OSFrog, Hip Hop Hack, OSFrog, I would really appreciate it. Okay, are you ready to raid? HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you next time.